say it. I trust. Say it. In you. I believe. Say it. I believe. You are the God of miracles. You are the God of miracles. You are the God of wonders. You are the God of wonders. You are the God of power. You are the God of power. I believe. Say it. I believe. Say it. Say it. Say it. I get radical with 30 seconds. Come on, dance to the devil's head. Come on, come on. Come on. Y'all ain't radical enough over here. Balcony, I can't feel ya. Move your feet, everybody, let's go. I see you back there, balcony, y'all gotta come on. Hey, come on. So long, bye-bye. So long, bye-bye. Come on, y'all, help me say it. Goodbye to my pain and my sorrow. So long, so long. Y'all catch it, everybody. Come on, say it. So long, bye-bye. Everybody in the building, raise it up, say it. So long, bye-bye. Goodbye to my pain and my sorrow. Goodbye to my pain and my sorrow. Let's go. So long, bye-bye. One more time, everybody in the building, say so long. So long, bye-bye. Hey, come on. So long, bye-bye. Goodbye to my pain. Goodbye to my pain and my sorrow. So long, bye-bye. Just one more time in the balcony, everybody say it. Say so long, bye-bye. So long, bye-bye. So long, bye-bye. Goodbye to my pain and my sorrow. Goodbye to my pain and my sorrow. So long, bye-bye. Let's go. So long, hey, so long, yeah, so long, hey, so long, yeah, so long, yeah, so long, hey, so long, yeah, so long. Goodbye to my sorrow, hey, goodbye to my pain, y'all. Goodbye to my trouble, goodbye to my trouble. Goodbye, fear, you ain't welcome here. Goodbye, fear, you ain't welcome here. Hey, so long, yeah, so long, yeah, so long, hey, so long. Come on, say it, so long. I can hear you say, I can hear you say, I can hear you say. Goodbye to my trouble. Goodbye to my pain, y'all. Goodbye, y'all. Everybody raise it up. You are the God of miracles, say it. You are the God of miracles. You are the God of wonders. You are the God of wonders. You are the God of powerful. You are the God of power. I believe, say it. I believe. I believe. Say it, say I believe. I believe, say it. Say it, y'all. So long, hey, so long, yeah, so long. Goodbye to my trouble, goodbye to my pain, y'all. Somebody wave me bye-bye, somebody wave me bye-bye. You ain't welcome here, you ain't welcome here. Goodbye to my trouble, goodbye to my pain, y'all. I can't hear you up there. Somebody raise it up, say. Somebody raise it up, say. You are the God of miracles, hey. You are the God of miracles. Ah, you are the God of wonders. You are the God of wonders. Thank you. We cast our care upon you, for you care for us. That's what we can say. I believe. I believe. Say it. I believe. I believe.
Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Let's go, come on. Where my islanders? Can some of y'all run down here to the front real quick? I gotta know who's in the building. Where my islanders? I need y'all to run down here. Come on, let me see ya. Say, you are the God of miracles. Hey. You are the God of miracles. You are the God of wonders. You are the God of wonders. Thank you. We cast our care upon you. For you care for us. That's what we can say. I believe. I believe. Say it. I believe. I believe. Water you turned into wine. Open the eyes of the blind. There's no one like you. None like you. Into the darkness you shine. Out of the ashes we rise. There's no one like you. None like you. Our God is greater. Our God is stronger. God, you are higher than any other. Our God is healer. Awesome in power. Our God. Into the darkness you shine. Out of the ashes we rise. There's no one like you. None like you. Our God is greater. Our God is stronger. God, you are higher than any other. Our God is healer. Awesome in power. Our God. Our God. Our God is greater. Our God is stronger. God, you are higher than any other. Our God is healer. Awesome in power. Our God. Our God. And if our God is for us, then who could ever stop us? And if our God is with us, then what can stand against? And if our God is for us, then who could ever stop us? And if our God is with us, then what can stand against? Stand against.
Hello, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Andy.
Good morning. Are you all right? I say, well, that phone ringing. I say, well, you have a bigger front burner than me. So I say, well, let me let you organize one time, start the program. Instead of getting the same morning. So you go ahead, tell the people, Trinidad and Tobago, good morning. Welcome to the Ground Report, the Monday edition.
To the Ground Report, Andy. I didn't get the number, so I couldn't call today now.
Oh, die nothing, right? Man. Die nothing.
Yes, you go still line it up for me.
Oh gosh. All right, I know make you out there. All right. Oh shucks, all right. I got. Oh boy.
Andy, the nature of the beast.
Yeah.
They just only find out at the end of the day the nature of the beast.
They go see. I think they see.
Yeah, they see. They see now.
They see the nature of the beast.
Yeah, they see the nature, the real nature of the beast. That monster.
That monster.
Monster.
Yes. That monster you call Rowley, man.
Yeah, that monster.
That monster.
So you have a good one.
All right, and let me see.
I now get the number, so I will be online regular.
Nice. So let me say good morning to Rupert, man. That is not man. Rupert, go ahead. A pleasant good morning to you, Rupert.
Right.
Nice.
And don't forget me.
No.
Yeah, bless.
Bang.
Well, boy, it was been a long weekend, so let us organize and the lines are open. What's on your front burner? Well, now the big problem is David, you know, first they had a problem with the lady working from home. Now they have a problem, she didn't go CARICOM. And the people going to green. But I see Minister of extraordinary there, ambassador, what you call it? Extraordinary ambassador. Ralph, what is he name the game? What is the title of the game again, Olia? Extraordinary or something. Let me know what is the title again, man. Hey, Apache, good morning to you, my brother. Hey, Nathaniel, a pleasant good morning, Deborah, Roger, all of you. Wendy Ann, Time and Talk, good morning to you all. Hey, Maureen, Khan, Penny, a pleasant good morning. Naz Ali and Mr. Ali, good morning. Rambo Ali. Royal, a pleasant good morning. Matilda. Carol Mirage, a pleasant good morning. Marlon Sicharan, a pleasant good morning to you. Richinja Mirage, good morning. Nadira, what's up, my brother? Oh, my sister, sorry about that. Good morning to you. Hey, baby Rampasad, good morning. But let me say a pleasant good morning to my baby, to the next baby. Yes. And teacher Balmain. Video all of them, they Vancouver. Good morning to you all. Hey, Patricia Reed, you're behaving yourself. Good morning, Tommy. Bernice, good morning, Chandra. Good morning to you, Rupert Lal. What's up, Rupert Lal? Hey, Donnie, good morning to you, my brother. And don't forget Danny too, man. Danny, good morning. Hey, Sukal, good morning to you. Ann Brown, a pleasant good morning to you. Balraj, a pleasant good morning to that. Good morning, Raymond. Good morning. Primraj, good morning, Ruby. Hey, Kathleen, a pleasant good morning to you. Semantic 62, a pleasant good morning. Jason Mitchell, good morning. Dindial, a pleasant good morning. That's Ramdas. Shout a pleasant good morning to you. Hey, John, good morning, Gloria.
Who could ever stop us? And
morning to you.
Morning, Andy. Andy Anderson here.
Anderson, go ahead, my brother.
I using my phone this morning.
Yes.
Andy.
Yes.
Mickie, Lennox Smith, morning, and to all the sensible listeners and sensible callers.
Yes.
That makes sense when the day come. That's what book morning to you, darling. Andy, I only have some people in getting show in the doghouse with the UNC.
How
I
much?
also to like to you all advertise that meeting later.
Well, boy,
Andy,
well, that's
the poor people, especially the UNC activists then. And I think Johnny Abraham forget some things. When he said when UNC win, everybody will except the criminals. Right? Remember Johnny Abraham said that?
Yeah, he said that.
Right. But I want to say when UNC win, everybody will accept the CPEP contractors and the criminals. And I only hope UNC ensure the own activists and them in the house. We talk about who don't get a little thing and who gone on this board and who calling the YRP and who are this, I talk about the true activists and them. There's some all over, you say UNC or you say Kamala, all of jump out. I just jump out. You ever understand the jump out now? Yeah, when I be active and say I'm understood them put it come to run Kamala Day. All they want to see what they do now, you and Kingsley and KFC and all you. That when I just jump out. Yeah, when I just jump out now. Right? That's when people say something about the UNC alone, Yeah, when I just jump out. When Andy say, Anderson, say we get ball cut on the beat him now, boy. I see the big chain there over the square.
Yeah, but you can't. You're going to say that like, boy. You're going to say that one like, boy.
That when I just jump out. When Mickie say we're going to jump a letter here day. And the smell just jump out. When they say children dying in San Bernardino Hospital, that time the greedy one, where they call them by deep south, with the long belly. Now either just come for alcohol and think to eat. When we went to protest in San Fernando, they went out and jump out.
And the school for Central which has saved you, Gloria Escario. Thanks so much.
God give me a boy, or God counselor boy. What we do, we don't show what rhymes, I said, well, here what I go do? I ain't going to know what tell him. I go call the press. So I call Otoka and CNC. I will understand the jump out. So when I say, I don't like how the UNC treating certain other activists, thus far, but I say, well, no. Not me alone, I on the ground. So I will understand the jump out. Right? So someone jump out from me now. Because I say, I don't want to know who fly here, who fly out, who fly in. All the poor man, I'm playing a black challenge for me this morning. The poor man just want to know where the next meal coming from. He don't want to know who jump out, who pawn panty, who pawn jockey. The poor man don't want to know that. The poor man want to know how his family will have sustainable employment, sustainable food on the table. The Anderson want to jump out. Right, Andy?
Yeah.
When things going wrong, and Anderson will also jump out tonight too. You know when Anderson will jump out again? You know when he does jump out? When I saw the Honorable Kamala Prasad be in an accident on the highway, that is when I jump out. Yeah, I know when to jump out. Some people don't know when to jump out. Right? So I'm calling at the UNC. Know what they're doing, brother man. And I want you to call him from up and out Munilali in the house. I only hope so for Harley and Mama Bayer. This is a man make sure the children get box together with Jillian John throughout 10 years. Throughout 10 years. When some of them say don't get the children nothing and you beat them. Munilal and Jillian John say still bring the buckles. But some of the callers that say don't get the children nothing. Don't get the children nothing. But I have a lot more to jump out for. Because the second that this one make it 3 years since them little boys die in front of
but how he get you out, man? It's a whole big united team there. You see anybody that look like that?
No, but what I say, I want you my partner and get showing the doghouse and this Andy, you know what I mean?
No, but
this is a man that reach the ground, And I want some all in certain position.
But how we get through the doghouse?
Look, Andy, I know you can read and analyze where I'm coming from.
The only way,
Andy, people like Mickie can understand where I'm coming from.
Watch, the only way you can say that your partner get thrown in the doghouse, or Jolene get thrown in the doghouse, or your people get thrown in the doghouse, is if it is our prime minister had left and you get to see who acting, you ain't get to see nobody acting.
I don't want to know who
so
acting.
don't play, you throw nobody get thrown over.
I talk about the same people on the ground. Munila tell me that black man not mind him, you know. Munila didn't know no father, you know. The man that mind Munila, but that's a stepfather, what is a black man, you know. Black like that. And someone ain't gonna know that. That's why the man, he just watch and here goes out to poor people, to the most vulnerable, to the poorest out of the poor. I want to say good morning to you, Dr. Munilal. Michelle, you're going very good. You're working hard. A lot of them, bandana Moet. I don't know if I had an appointment this year. When you asked a woman was all up in she face outside the headquarters, UNC headquarters. I didn't know appointment to run across and say, hey, you can't touch you, man. Right? So I didn't ask no appointment this year. I didn't make none. I didn't ask her this year. Sure, if I ask her this year, I will. And the list goes on and on. But UNC, how all that on, and I only hope only just didn't come here for 5 years. Right? I only hope only just didn't come for 5 years. Because I don't think the listening public, those that watch it on, want to see you all there for 5 years alone. Right? So I let everybody know, let good sense prevail. And then before I leave, Anderson know when to jump out there earlier. Somebody don't know when to jump out. And they're looking and listening.
With Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Bang, 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 bang. I hear me name come. I hear me name come. I hear me name come. Bang, bang, bang.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Sufferers only want to know where you're coming from.
Bang, 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 bang.
This one for all them racists. This one for the racists. Anytime you bounce up a racist and you hear them running them out, it have a whole set of people don't care what they're talking about. A racist is someone living happy and all their family doing well. So race talk is really not for people in the ghetto catches hell. No,
Bang, 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 bang.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Sufferers don't care who migrate from where or who living in who faith. Sufferers don't care who from country. Sufferers don't care who from town.
Sufferers only want to know
where food coming from.
this one for all them racists. This one for the racists. Anytime you bounce up a racist you hear them running them out, it have a whole set of people don't care what they're talking about. A racist is someone living happy and all their family doing well. So race talk is really not for people. Illegal, hell. Now tell your racist, rats don't care about color.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Sufferers don't care who migrate from where or who living in who place. Sufferers don't care who from country. Sufferers don't care who from some. Sufferers only want to hear we let food coming from.
Where the next food coming from?
Bang, bang, bang.
But here what I want to hear. I want to hear we under a new government. The country could breathe now. And here it is. All hands on deck. And so long as all hands on deck, this is and will be the results of each and every one of us, Trinidad and Tobagonians. Not Indian, not Creole, not China, Trinbagonians. Let's salute each other, because this is what it is about here.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
One people, together, we can do it. Nah, not that at all. This is it here, man. Unity, strength, and we're gonna make it so long as we really, really try. I believe we can.
We broke and they say that recession jamming. The south of foreign countries really start migrating. They lose faith in the country, they say we're gone down the drain. They say no more, we see happy times again. But the will to recover in my people like our confidence. Although many may seem to feel like
Oh boy, Donald Parks. Green, a pleasant good morning to you. And let me say a pleasant good morning to all my Tobago brothers and sisters. Mother Bernie Silver Fox. Everybody in Tobago there. Good morning to my Tobago brothers and sisters.
so our people need us today more than ever.
And let me say a pleasant good morning to Chief Secretary Fali August and all the secretaries
In a one little
that going and bring that difference and bring that change to the people of Tobago.
could make it if we try.
In Shana, pleasant good morning to Jillian John. Hey Joanne, good morning. Hey Tunawayna, good morning to you. 007, good morning Samuel. Khan, good morning to you. The Hall, good morning Pamela. Vishnu Bob, good morning to you. Hey Janice Roman, good morning. Trini Nairo, good morning to you. Hey, Emeline, good morning. Felix, good morning to you. Carol,
Yes, we start making very
Sensible, good morning.
we fire.
Royal, good morning to you. Hey, De Silva, Delia De Silva. Let me say a pleasant good morning to you. And Neil De Silva, Valencia West, Councillor. KK, a pleasant good morning to you. Not forgetting Rafi, aka Postman.com, his whole family. Piggy, good morning. Look, she go correctly. I like it to say Piggy, you know. But you go and you correct me. I wanted it to remain, but I nothing, man. Peggy, good morning, Peggy. Good morning, Peggy. Oh, Lord, Peggy. All right, Peggy. Rick, good morning to you.
If ever you feel to surrender, it have one little thing that I want you always remember. We could make it if we try.
Betty! Betty, Gotti, Betty, Gotti, Betty, Gotti, go. Yes, Betty. You don't make that coffee for that, man? That's a whole name, you know, man. They say Betty long time, but bad, you know. See, when they bounce about Betty, run, you know. Yeah, they say so. Them old man and them tell me that. I like to talk to plenty old. I just only talk to senior citizens, old people. But ever since I grew up, always remain people 20 times my age, older than me by far. That is getting real scenes. Patricia Reed, what's up? You behaving yourself? Let me see where you right here. Oh, she. Anderson ready to eat. And why not? So it's only the CPEP and then wait hard day before it could eat and not Anderson? Me, you know. When the man jumping out, we just jump out forward. Hey, so Richard is saying a pleasant good morning. Roll Passat, good morning to you.
So our people need us today more than ever. But in our fight to recover, if ever you feel just
Hillary, good morning.
that I want you always remember.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Abigail, good morning, Jill Monroe.
Just a little.
Balroop, what's up, my brother?
If we just give one more try.
Dave, good morning. Let me say good morning to Dave and Deborah. Oh boy, I sorry I get to meet all you. Only going back before I get to meet all you. Only come for so short. So short. This one is, we can make it if you try. The next one is Die Black Silent 2, the one where Anderson request Sufferers. Don't care about nobody now. All sufferers about race, all sufferers want to know is where the next meal coming from. That's truth. May want to hear much about nothing, you know. All I want to know is how food going on the table, how the bells going and play.
I have no objection. But while outside I want you to have some fun. That your country of gold is in its worst.
Ram Killer One. Good morning, Gloria.
Where we may be.
Well, Glory. Christine Noel. Good morning to you, Deborah. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Hey, Janelle, good morning. Hey, you know what I say morning too? The fella that I get on with, only is a man of great humility. You know? The fella who I was getting on with, but I thought it was Raul Passar. Let me tell he good morning. Let me tell him I look forward to his sensible contributions that he always render to the Ground Report program. Let me tell him tongue and tooth. Maybe together, but they don't clash. So when they clash, it is hurt. And you are a genuine one. So whatever misunderstandings we both have or had, because it's hard for me. I don't hold people in mind. I don't be on them kind of thing, whatever. I believe that he was attacking me. And I maybe jumped the gun. So let's move on from that and move forward, my brother. I don't know your name. I thought it was Rolling with the song like Roll Passad. So long as I go through the phone, I'm going to know if you send a message. If you ain't send a message, it means that you're still vexed, and big people mustn't stay vexed for long. You mustn't tote feelings. God is vexed for that. Right? Don't tote feelings. God go vex with you. I's a genuine lover, a loving fella. passionate, loyal. Alright, so I hope you send a message. I know he know who you are. I don't have name, have him done as by a name. But you did send a message telling me you go take a look over for the program and thing. And I say that don't do that, don't do that. Don't let my misbehavior or we misunderstanding carry to something like that. You have been a loyal, because I know the voice, I just don't know the name. I thought it was Royal Passad. So I'm looking through here to see if I see any message, because normally you will say, because I know you're listening, you know. All you say you lock off. I'm going to look and see if I see any message from you. I just don't know your name. But I will peep and see. Somebody might be able to tell me your name, man. Let me see if I could find you back there. That's why I'm saying I don't have a name. Or I could play one of your former messages. And everybody will know that voice. So I peep in there. I wasn't comfortable over the weekend. But again, I always like peace. Each and every one of you that are part of the Ground Report program and takes time out to share it, come out for protest, do all those things, are my friends and my family. And in a home, it will have misunderstandings and disagreements. I'm looking for the man here, you know. I wonder if this is, this him here. No. Voice note, no. I'm looking for him. Just give me a quick minute there. I really want to. I want to find that brother. You have always been with us. Me and he clashed there and that's on me. Where the hell? I always thought it was Royal Passad. But Royal and no Royal voice. There's Royal voice here.
Yeah, Andy Pitbull Williams. Okay, this voice also took me 5 minutes. Sorry for that one just now. I heard we find Beulah, man, the lady who have all the cats, and here by and the Mickie K on. So here maybe Mickie could give Beulah some advice on how to take care of she cats. And why? That's the weekend joke. Okay, good. Later.
Oh Lord.
Oh Lord. Yeah, that Royal Passad, he always and that, but I think anybody man voice sound like Royal Passad, boy. Let me see, because if that is Royal, he gonna be somewhere close, the fella. He gonna be close. I forget his name. I don't know his name. I know his voice, his messages. Let me see. Alright, it's not this. Well, let me find him there quick now. My mind was on him over the weekend. I wonder if it's this. You know he talking about in the lock on, but he sent a message here for me. Let me find you back now. Where's God go vex with you? Because he's an ageable man. And you can't play a hole in the pit bull in mine. I wonder, it's not Felix. They Felix here, let me hear. Felix, that Royal Passad. They Felix.
Yes, Andy, must stay number.
Right, I Felix. But the man, the song like all of them, he all of the oh Lord, what this man is, boy. What this man is, boy. Yeah. I'm trying to find him all here. I buff him up, you know. Oh Lord. Where him, boy? All I forget. All I forgive me. I ain't seen it. Because I never get to save his name. I never get to save the man's name, man. Wait. Alright, so I ain't get to save the man's name. I wonder if it's this.
Good morning, Andy, Lennox, Mikey, wherever you are. Now, Andy, the boss man made some good, he gave some good ideas, right? He gave some good suggestions, very good. But these things, what he's complaining about or speaking about, they didn't happen overnight. It didn't happen only for the past month or so. It was going on all the time, and I never hear about no boss man calling in. Never. He only started calling in when election was due, close to, and happened. That is the only time he started calling in. So, Andy, what I am saying, his views were very good concerning the buses and so on, what kind to buy, and you know the different things about the drivers only linemen and the hours of the buses and so on. Very good contribution. But again, I shall repeat it. He did not say a thing for the past 9 years. And this is what I believe Mr. Santa Cruz and Mr. Barakpo is always speaking about. All you only have mouth now. Like you all really were afraid of Rowley. You all really afraid of Kid Rowley.
Yes.
Who the hell is Kid Rowley, man? Yes. Thank you.
Bang, 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 bang. Oh, Lord.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Alright, the show must go on. I really ain't finding, man. But I know I have him saved, I think, you know. Let me see if there's a...
Yes, man. Right, so Trinidad, you know, little Trini, have a nice...
Nah, that not he neither. Alright, well I know he will know himself. So give us a call, send your WhatsApp. Have a guy name and we'll let that guy the voice. I wonder if it's this boy. I wonder, boy. I wonder.
But Andy, you started the show this morning.
Ah, Daddy man. Sawa. Yes, Daddy man. I want this man to give the program a call. Daddy man.
Andy, things looking bad in Trinidad these days, boy. I hear Brian Lara looking for your dog. He offering a reward for the dog now.
Yeah.
The dog named Mocha. It looks like somebody kidnapped the man dog. Right, because he can't find it at all.
Yeah.
So you're asking people to just see the dog to bring it back. And he will get them a reward. So you see, crime hitting people's dog now. They're going with people's dog. Right? But I hope Brian Lara get back his dog. Right? Because he was a good cricketer. So whoever had the man dog, go to give back the man his dog now. Right? Give back the man his dog. Have a good day, Andy.
Yes, my brother. I look forward to your voice note. I look forward to your contribution. I find you, man. I find you. And I remember that guy it saved. But what see, what thing is the part where the rose. I say, but it can't be here. Rose is a man. But then I remember something. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Let me say a pleasant good morning to Gael, Trinidad and Tobago, Gael, the Caribbean. A pleasant good morning to you all. How was your weekend? Welcome to the Monday edition of your favorite program on Gael, the Ground Report. And many of you know I'm Andy Williams, better known as the Pitbull of Radio. A bad fella. But for the right things. Not for you all, my family at all. A bad for good governance. And a better Trinidad and Tobago, no matter who. Because if it is UNC, which I'm not seeing it, because they start to show that the merit points gone. No property tax. Children like fun. Oh God. Look, I can't back at them, but if they only play the doing we, like what Rowley and the PLMs doing we, are biting up Kamala bad, Rumuni Lal, everybody, the people going on, what's me? Are biting them harder than the PLM boy. You know why? Because I accepted them. I supported them. Oh God, when I start to bite, if they only play the fool, which I'm telling all you, I ain't seen it. How was your weekend? What's on your front burner? What's supposed to make news that not making news or did not make news? That right here on the Ground Report. We'll give it some life. I must say a pleasant good morning to the thousands of you that already lock on. Some of you already call your names and some of you I have not. Angela, thanks so much for letting me know that we are live on Gael, Trinidad and Tobago. Edmond Mendez, good morning to you. George, many of you I ain't call all their names. I can't go through all of that. Terry, good morning. I can't go through all of that. Divika, saying all of you. Nadira, thanks so much for letting me know I'm Gael. Jill Monroe, all of you, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. So the lines are open. What's on your front burner? Good morning, caller. Where are you calling from? And what's your contribution on the Ground Report?
Good morning, Andy. Are you hearing me?
Loud and
because
clear.
I know I'm having a lot of problems with my internet. All right? Okay, let's go. Good morning, Andy, Lennox, Mickie, Newbie, and to everybody out there. Andy, when Shame was sharing abstinence penny like she went last, the woman really proved she had no shame. We know she had no shame with the 11, 12. Sorry, let me take a sip of water. I need a sip of water for this.
Penny, imagine them come out of the parliament to protest. With Moody
and imagine that we had a visiting dignitary, and that is what they do. They try to embarrass the government and the man, but little do they know they only embarrass themselves. They made a bunch of fools of themselves. They are now the poster children for April Fool's Day, right? They are now the poster children. Anyway, we know she had no shame after the 9/11 business, and then when all of them get cussed up, everything changed to 21-0, right? We know that. When her nose was deep in the trough, she didn't know about all who's suffering. And to come and talk about vindictive and wicked government, that woman have no shame. Where her mouth was when they were firing CPEP workers, Caroni Green workers, Petrol Train, and anybody who remember anymore can join in. Say who the workers that they fired, right? She didn't have mouth then when they were promised, when they promised them in 2015, the farmers and them, vote for us and we'll give all the land, we will give all the EU money and whatnot. When time to get it, Rowley and Balmati turn and tell them that this money didn't belong to all, it belonged to the treasury, and this is the last set of money all they getting, but it's good for them. It's good. Kamala and them were preparing, the Prime Minister and them, were preparing all the land deeds and everything, but all they couldn't wait, all they wanted everything in a hurry, and 10 years, what did they give all you? And this shameless woman coming to talk about who evil and vindictive. And Andy, look at it. As Faris and all of them was in front of her talking. Penny's the opposition leader. Where is her voice? Penny had no voice. The woman, shameless. She totally shameless. But Andy, let me tell you something, eh? Let me tell you something. People, if Penny feel that people looking at her in a nice way, no. Somebody fooling her, right? When you want to talk about vindictive and wicked, look at Rowley, look at Stuart Young and all of them, what they were doing. When you were recusing, when they were recusing themselves for you, Penny, right, to agree to give them billions in contracts, that wasn't wicked and vindictive. Nah, that was good then, right? But you know, no shame. But Andy, one of the most shameless thing that I read over this weekend is that the contractor that was taking them to court, he was struck off the registry years now, but was still given a contract. Andy, that is not corruption. And Penny wanted proof of corruption. Where her mouth is now? Where all of them mouth is now, Andy? You have been getting millions, I think they say 7 million, from since 2018 to 25. I don't know when he was struck off the register, and that is why the case had to be dropped. And where Larry Lala now?
Where contractor is that? Where contractor is that?
The one that took the CPAP company over the weekend to court. With Larry Lala and I think some Sinclair man or something. So
oh right, yes, that the first one gone there. Yeah.
Right. He was struck off the register. I sent it for you. I sent it for you where they say he was struck off the register. How did he get? How did you see? And they want to go up against Anand Ram Logan. That's why they get a good thrashing. They were out the gate before they could have started with stupidity, right? They had to drop the case because he was struck off the register and get the money. No, he has exposed himself. And we are wondering now, Andy, how many more were struck off the register, but was given new contracts and was given, look at how much money, Andy, right?
Struck off the register of what? Of registration of business.
Company. Yeah, of companies.
Companies registry. Ooh, that is a big book.
Yes.
Not struck off CPEP list. Or not the registry, that government thing we're talking about there. When they get struck off, oh God, now that is a serious thing, but this was a
that's right. So they didn't check. Right, so they wait, but you see now he exposed himself, right, to corruption because you were not on the registry, you were struck off the registry, but yet still you were getting contract up until this year 2025, right? And then you want to know where the corruption, that is the corruption. The next one was two more I want to deal with this morning, this rainy morning. Amory Brown, that man in had no shame. No shame to talk about fake. He should look in the mirror and you will see what the fake looking back at him. You talking about this boy, Sean Sobers, our new foreign affairs minister. You are talking about our national security, but homeland security minister, that they shouldn't be going to the CARICOM meeting. Why? Who is you? Who is you who sat down there for how many years and what profit did you bring to this country? It was under your watch that thing happened with the UK visas. It was under your watch. You have no moral authority. You feel because Penny feels sorry for you, right? And portray in the Senate that you is somebody. Amy Brown, you are nobody. You are nobody to come and talk about fake vaccine and whatnot, right? That is why the India High Commissioner them didn't want to have anything to do with the PNM government. You coming to talk about fake vaccine while the man is, that vaccine saved so many lives. And why Mia Motley, who were the first to get it and share it for the Caribbean? Why she didn't talk about fake vaccine, but you come in to talk about fake vaccine, and you come in to talk about Sean Sobers and Roger Alexander. You have no moral authority. That is her business if she choose not to go and send proper representative. She running she business why all running all your mouth because all your not to sell all you want people to like all you. But we saw what all they did for 10 years and more in this country. Nobody like all you. And this next little upstart that they call Curry Marcel put up a post. The biggest heist and hoax of the century was when UNC win, everybody win. The first 7 weeks, over 13,000 citizens lost. CPEP, WASA, ministries, regional health authorities, central bank, etc. When UNC win, only UNC win and everybody else lose. But I want to ask Karim, where were you? Where were you for the last 10 years when Bita and the same constituency you represented were losing? Where were you when the children were pulled out of the vehicle and killed? Where were you? Where were you when they were recusing themselves? I want to ask him this morning, did anybody recuse themselves of all the recusal triplets and whatever, quintuplets and thing? Did they recuse themselves for anybody in the beat or anyone in your constituency? Where were you? You have no shame. You better get facts before you come and you run your mouth about who losing. When PNM won, it was only friends, family, and financiers that won. Nobody else. Not the shell nuts. Nobody. So all who running behind them, all they have no shame neither because they did nothing for all year. Right? He took what I wonder where was his mouth when they sent home carrying the green workers, CPF workers, petrotrain workers, Jawala Rambarat, everybody that they were sending home left, right, and center. Over 50,000 people lost their jobs under the PNM. Where were you, Karim? That you could put up heist and hoax? But I want to tell you, the biggest heist and hoax is when they tell us we get $22 billion for COVID and nobody didn't see a cent. But our new prime minister is going to investigate that. And the biggest heist and hoax is when Rowley fooled all you with that email. He fooled the country with Section 34 for him to get into office, right? That was the biggest heist and hoax that they perpetrated on the people of this country. And talking about, look at how much money Andy he spent, make everybody feel that he was a corruption buster. Spent so much of money with SRP Kate from Scotland. Where are the charges? So when you want to talk about heist and hoax, Karim, take a good look inside Balisay House and you will see the biggest heist and hoax. And your new opposition leader, your new leader, the PNM, is the biggest heist and hoax. Andy, thanks a lot for listening to me. You take care and you have a good morning. Take care.
All right. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. A lot of things off the chest, eh? Penny get some lash. Faris get lash. Curry Marcel get lash MP. Politics is very serious. And then you're hearing the CPEP contractor that carried to court was struck off the registry years ago. Oh my God, the relics. Everybody, she well beat up everybody there, man. Yeah. What says thou? The lines are open. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Morning caller, where you calling from? What's your contribution on the Gong Report this morning?
Blessed morning, Andy.
Hey.
Andy, there's defender here.
Hey, my brother. Long time, very
long
good, man. Happy to hear you, man.
Time.
Happy to hear you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
well, I know it's not more of a defender again. I know it's not I'm a defender again.
No. There's defender.
So now
we are PNM. Them know defending. Anyway, Andy, I called this morning first to ask the country to denounce this opposition fully for trying to embarrass this country internationally. Because Andy, I know when me and you and we went to the savannah to protest, we get tear gas. I ain't seen no tear gas yesterday. Friday, sorry. But the reason why I brought up that, and you listen this, right? And I want you to listen carefully and call listeners, I want you to listen this carefully. Keith Lucifer Rowley went to Ghana and brought this king of Ashanti tribe to Trinidad and Tobago. Listen to me carefully, Andy. I want everybody to take out a phone right now and Google what the Ashanti tribe got riches from. Andy, I go help them right now. The Ashanti tribe that King Lucifer Rowley brought the king to this country is going for the riches. They got the riches from gold and the slave trade. Anybody I want them to deny what I said yesterday. You hear what I don't say, Andy?
Gold and the slave trade.
The king of the Ashanti tribe. The Ashanti tribe is known for getting riches from gold and the slave trade. But Kid Lucifer Rowley brought that man to Trinidad and Tobago, and we get some yam seeds. Kamala Prasad Bissessa brought the Indian Prime Minister to the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. We got 2,000 laptops. We're going to get C ambulances. We're going to get dialysis kits. And the list go on and on and on. Andy, which one you rather?
We're talking about I rather to get 2,000 laptops. You can remember we had to get about 20-something thousand or so based on these children.
Okay.
And then we gain dialysis machines. We always have problem with dialysis machines in Trinidad and Tobago where our dialysis patient, them always saying, well, you know, the thing full, you know, real problem for get dialysis till it at a point where they had to go private to get the dialysis. And what else we got? That's two things so far. What else we got?
C ambulances.
C ambulances.
C ambulance.
C ambulances as well. That is equipped ambulance with all the necessaries.
Right, we could go on the sea and come to Trinidad, to between Trinidad and Tobago, like if it's an emergency.
Oh, so you going to send a sea ambulance to like help people with we waiting. Two of them. Tell people we waiting list with we sick people that waiting for plenty people waiting for surgeries.
Exactly.
Oh,
so like
right.
between Trinidad and Tobago,
yes.
If there's an emergency, it's a sea helicopter, it's a sea plane, and sorry, it's a ambulance helicopter, it's an ambulance plane, sea ambulances. That's what we're going to get. Also, he's also sent already.
So that wouldn't be including where you go have doctors there and specialists to help you out. That just sea ambulances to use.
That's something different.
Oh, that's something different. All right.
We have ambulance in Trinidad, ambulance in Iran.
Yeah, ambulance in Iran, ambulance in the air. No, it's ambulance from the sea. Okay.
Right. Nice. Also, he already donated agro processing plant worth $1 million US. He already gave me that. He also going to help with forensic. Oh, yeah. He also going to help with solar power. And the list go on. It's about 15 different things in this one visit we get from the Indian Prime Minister. Also, the Speaker of the House chair, the chair we sit on, was donated by India in 1989. So Trinidad and India have a very strong relationship for years. But this wicked, evil, shameless PNM decided to come out and protest. And you know what I realized? All the 10 years we were fighting this wicked government. Kamala Prasad Bissessa, with a classy way about that, although she disagreed with the government, she never came out in a protest. And Penny Beckles, the leader of the opposition,
led a protest outside the parliament with about 200 people. So when the 10,000 workers from CPEP, you could not even make 200 people outside the parliament.
Oh God.
Well, let's talk about 10,000 CPEP workers get fired.
Oh God.
Understand what I'm saying, Andy?
Yes.
So I get back to my original point. I don't want point to get away. King Lucifer Rowley brought the Ashanti king. The Ashanti tribe is known for slave trade, and nobody made a song when he brought the Ashanti man. But the man who he come and bring all these goodies to Trinidad and Tobago, the third richest country in the world, and they make it all our baccalaureate. Yes, I know see somebody put also. The man bringing some prosthetic limbs, Andy.
Okay.
For people who missing a leg or a hand, he bringing prosthetic limbs. The chat, read through the chat and never see everything the man bringing. But we got yam seeds. Yam seeds. What do yam on them? And then we fight for the cost for the trade. That's why we come off the radio. Later on the thanks.
The Ground Report with Mickie K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Go ahead, caller. Pleasant good morning to you.
A pleasant good morning to you, Andy, Lennox, Mickie, Trinidad and Tobago, and if Guyalon, up the Caribbean, down the Caribbean, and all of that.
Guy not if. Guy on. So tell the Guyal family morning, man.
So a pleasant good morning to the Guyal family, and stay tuned for facts and economic prosperity and information. Good morning to the Caribbean. We are one family. So Andy, normally I doesn't bad talk callers, but I had a bad talk one this morning. Mr. Defender, why you telling me we get laptop? When we have to that laptop make good? When you telling me we getting terrorists, then terrorists machine is good. When you telling me we getting a sea ambulance, we don't need that. Defender, why you telling me that the trade and the prosperity that Trinidad will benefit and the citizen, that the medicine we will buy from India, we will get cheaper. No, we, the PNM, don't like that because here what's going on. Ask the Alsing, he'll tell you that drugs are good, but he could give, right, $1.2 billion in contract to a selected few importers by you want to take away. We work our, we listen thief, you know, we just serve the people. We tell all the senior citizens, boy, all this trade and the treasury, boy, we want to cut all the pension, boy, we about saving money, boy, and serving the people. We take good care of them. What are you talking about? India, we get yam, boy, yam just eat good, and we every day African snail, because here what's going on. You see, I want to come back in the parliament, but I want to rule the country. My party want to come back, because you know why? We see and we get the taste of the nectar from Eric Williams, how we thief out everything, boy. And the people they're just blinded, and the following blinded, boy. We want that way. You try to obstruct me, but anyway, Andy, condolences to the late Hans Hanuman Singh, because I would like to say on your program today that he was a pioneer in East Indian culture. And when the Prime Minister of India had graced us on this show, he had said that the sixth generation of indentures, right, laborers, that they will have benefit to get it India. It was a dream and a passion of the late Mr. Hanuman Singh to bridge that gap. And he was searching for our roots of East Indian to kill India. And he was always putting us back home to see where we came from and to know that we as East Indian, in the East Indian diaspora, we have our roots and we connect where we came from. The PNM under Dr. Williams take it away from the African diaspora and say he is their God, the king, and the leader. All the PNM know, and the supporters, they only know Eric William and the PNM, the PNM, and the PNM. That is why they will be in bondage, and they don't know the roots, right? And as Defender said, the slave trade, with that try they bring for Emancipation Day to tell them, right, that they are slaves, and they will never free. So you see, there's only one, like it takes our political leader, Ms. Kamla Prasad Bisesa, to show equality across the board and try to find the roots and show them what is upliftment. 10 years at the PNM, just 2 months ago, Lavantil still like a shanty tongue, right? And check the go Martin, Rowley say he know not one of them, eh? And then you will see in them areas, you'll see billionaires, millionaires, and business-oriented people. But yet still you see little shanty tongues and people suffering. Eh? So you see, when they want to talk, Penelope Beckles, you drop your underwear and you expose everything, your pride, because you want to be leader. And when you is leader, we need trade. We need bilateral agreement with other countries. For the last 10 years, the government you will serve never bring in trade like that and talk to trade missions like that, those head-to-head government. All they see is gas to keep thieving it out with Repsol and Shell and Access Stuart Young. Where is the dividends for NGL stock? And they have more to say, but have a pleasant day.
Thank you very much. Oh boy. A squad car drops woman off at social event. Top Cup orders probe. See the woman coming out the thing they don't know. It could be the all that says she was broken down on the highway somewhere and she have an event to go. And the police leave her helping her. No different to somebody in a car and they pregnant. I know about police carrying, dropping school children to graduation and all different things. So you know them things could be dealt with. I find that is too small. Well, unless it is that might be the policeman woman going somewhere there. I mean, you're why in back? You want a woman there, why you ain't organize and get a car? When you want woman, you have to be able to take care of them. Don't use we car or people car or borrow no car. To hook she. She like uniform? She like car? Then she buy a car and you want to buy a car and wrap it. If that is turn she on. A police vehicle in a Wassa truck collided. Oh boy, all that is the little headliners there. Yes, police vehicle in a Wassa truck collided. Eh? $19 million for incomplete work at youth camp. 19 million for incomplete work at youth camp. What youth camp is that? Only of the putting things in place to make sure my co-host school for the people that we must study get kicking off, eh? This is 4,000 to 6,000 a month. Views are varied on a living wage. Man, 6,000 a month, 4,000, that can't help, but people have to pay the rent, 2,000 something. Children have to go to school. You have to still pay for 6,000. Can't walk, it can't walk. You have to pay for light bill. You have to license the kids and yourself. You had the internet, yeah, because remember it's online bacchanal now. You can't let your children get kicked back, so internet is a necessity now, you know. I agree with you, Rick. It also could be the policeman who uses the police vehicle to drop off. It could be the man's daughter. But again, you really can't use the people's vehicle to drop off your daughter, your girlfriend, your friend. The only excuse there that I say go be alright is if it is you're passing on the highway and somebody shut down because it's heart attack scenes or something, and you take the people, bam, you put them in your vehicle, or you escort a car and them kind of bacchanal thing now. But again, I don't know. Let them do the probe now. Let them do the probe. Yeah, let them do the probe. I know what that probe wastes with time. That is a small probe. We want the probe on all the money that we spend on police vehicles and what will crash and who make money, and yeah, that's the probe we want. That's the probe we want. C2025 Tobago's top girl. Oh, she's the Tobago top girl. Let me make sure that is what I'm saying there. Ah, boy. Oh, for Tobago. So, where is he seen for Trinidad? Oh, where is he seen for Trinidad? Lennox, me go check out that day. I ain't seen. Jamaicans new CCJ president. Oh, so the CCJ, this is the Caribbean Court of Justice. They say it's the new president. So they might indulge Lennox Smith here while we will get some of the other headliners there. Well, we know three shot dead in 24 hours. We all know that, and in the Guardian here it also say the murder toll is 199 people dead. The PN was empowered, it have been about 300 already, around this time. Lennox Smith. So on the CCJ, which that is not we High Court anyhow, what, every country have to send a representative or something, so? What that is about? Could you clarify who topped the C exams first and what school? And Tobago, when I see a girl top. Alright, and what's your thoughts on the police, top police, or does a probe into somebody look like they're getting dropped to a prom? Right, the opposition and all. The opposition and all. Nah, I want to go into the politics last. Yeah, because that's what it is.
No problem. We do as you request. Pleasant morning, however, to all and sundry, East, West, North, South, Central, our friends in Tobago, and wherever you are streaming on the World Wide Web. A pleasant day to you. Yes, this is the Monday morning edition of the Ground Report. And yes, of the three matters that you have indicated, I will take them not necessarily in the order that you have indicated, but certainly I will want to deal with the CCJ. The CCJ, of course, is the Caribbean Court of Justice. Yes, Trinidad and Tobago is not a member as yet, but of course, the hiring practice is that you can have Trinidad and Tobago justices hired on it or in it because it's a regional court.
No, but also, Lennox, just one quick interruption. But remember, too, We don't have to worry about we going there because in opposition for the whole 10 years, this UNC government, so we ain't playing that, stated clearly that we people of Trinidad and Tobago not ready for no CCJ due to the close ties of these Caribbean people, and we are staying and they're supporting the Privy Council, the warlords and them, or the
yes.
Go ahead now, Lennox Smith.
Because fundamentally we have seen, and that is of tremendous concern, the long reach of the PNM into various institutions in this country and outside, and therefore the fear is generally not only by the population per se, but practitioners in the system, that we should remain, of course, within the confines of the Privy Council, the highest or the apex court, the highest apex court in Trinidad, for Trinidad and Tobago. Of course, it doesn't mean that the justices, including of course the head of the CCJ, will not want to advocate for ultimately for every single member of the community, the Caribbean, the CARICOM, to be part and parcel of that particular court formally, even though of course it was created by CARICOM and located here in Trinidad, right on Henry Street in Trinidad. So the court itself is located here, but we are not, of course, a part of it. We tried to get in partially, but there was some restrictions to say that no, you cannot have civil matters and not criminal. They have to go the full gambit, and as a consequence, our position continues to be that our highest court is that of the Privy Council based in the United Kingdom. That is as that is concerned. Of course, with respect to the C students, well, again, while the last government attempted, and we knew it was for reasons not what they would have said, but because their fantasy that the Indians are, of course, faking their degrees, etc. Yes, Bowley did say that to pacify the African community. And we have been telling the African community, no, you have to compete. If it is that a particular grouping in the society is doing well at sea level, don't you think that it's logical they will do well at the CXC level? And don't you think, of course, ultimately at the tertiary level, they will also do well? So for Rowley and they to manifest their illusion and not tell the African community, listen, you are not doing well as we have been doing, and therefore everybody should put their shoulders to the wheel, recognize that that is happening, and of course engage, because at one time, CIC, QRC, Fatima, and so on, where most of the African community would have, of course, been attending, was the best schools, was the apex schools, or was the superior schools in Trinidad and Tobago. Suddenly, of course, in recent times, we have seen that has gone to Central and Deep South and other parts of the country, and not these schools, of course, performing well, even at the primary level. So we need to have a different paradigm, a different reality, and to sort of camouflage it by saying, no, we are not going to, of course, say who are the ones that did the best at that level. Incidentally, as far as Tobago is concerned, whilst, of course, the best student might be announced, but that person in the national scheme of things may be somewhere about 50 or 30 in the ranks, in terms of course, doing and in the placing that they would have in terms of who did best and who did a little worse than those who would have been at the front of the exam. So I want to make it very clear again to the African community. Listen, we have the same qualities, same abilities as that of any other grouping, whether it's Chinese, Indians, etc. And we must now put our shoulders to the wheel parents, the community, distant family, close family, and let us get back to where we were. We were the best in the 70s and the 60s. The best doctor would have been an African individual, the best lawyer, the best magistrate, the best judge, etc. And we need to get back there. And therefore, the PNM has, of course, scuttled that and have, of course, reduced us to what I consider be hewers of wood and drawers of water, because they have been there for the longest, claiming to be African-based, African focus, East-West corridor focus. But the reality is that the most dangerous and the most poor performing communities and, of course, schools have been, of course, connected to or associated with either the East-West corridor or, more specifically, PNM-based or PNM-controlled constituencies and electoral districts. Let us not waste time. So as far as the schools are concerned, for the results of this year's examination at the C level, well, you have, of course, Macaulay Government Primary School. They have one of the best. Of course, on this occasion, what they did, they identified 5 of the top students in the exam, but did not say in what order. In other words, first, second, third, fourth, fifth. They just identified 5 as a compromise to, of course, suggesting, as the PNM did, that somehow that will demotivate and embarrass the others. No, what you are doing here is telling the others that you could be as that person as well, as they give their experiences, and each one of them were allowed to give their experiences as to why they would have performed so well. Some of them would say that they balance between play and work. Some may give credit to their parents. Some may give a combination of all of the above in order to, of course, tell those persons who didn't do too well or who did, of course, got their first choice, for example. I think that is the major achievement, and the others will be secondary. But the fact of the matter is that some 50% of the 17,000 that did the exam made below 50% of the marks. And I could assure you that that 50% would, by and large, be dominated by the African community. I'm not going to waste time. Just as how we have not wasted time when they said that they couldn't find 2,000 of the students that were supposed to be in school, but because of COVID, they couldn't have, of course, they didn't have their devices, again, because of the PNM myopia and lack of vision. They did not have that, at least. And I am saying, not because they have it or they would have had it, that the situation would not have been the same. But I'm saying that once you have taken away that factor, that variable, then one could conclude that because they didn't have their laptops available to them, that you have 2,000 persons not being found after COVID and the resumption of physical classes in the various parts of the country. And I want to say that if you check, when you check it, if you do the statistics, and the PNM is so disingenuous and so dishonest that they will not, of course, give us that kind of detail. But I can tell you, it's mainly Africans, and worse yet, mainly Africans along the East-West corridor, and worse yet, Africans along the East-West corridor, but coming from places like Laventille, Beetham, Sealat, Chumakak, Mova, etc. That is the reality, and we have to face that. And once we do not face it, and we decided that we are going to push that under the rug, and of course engage in illusion, whilst the other segments of the society continue, of course, not only to face the reality, but continue to advance themselves, we will continue to be at the lowest rung of the socio-economic and psycho-cultural ladder, as Rowley, when he was Prime Minister, and on an Emancipation Day message, did in fact disclose that. So on the one hand, they're saying that the Indian community are faking their degrees but doing well, very well at the sea level. But Rowley is telling us, the population, that you must watch them because they have friends in the university and they have money and so on. Well, who is preventing the African community, if his logic is that, if we have to take it to its natural conclusion, who is stopping the African community from having friends in university and not having money? Again, it's the PNM. And therefore, let us not waste time with, of course, trying to deflect attention. The fact of the matter is that here it is, you have Makele Government Primary School, one of the top students in C. Again, Exchange Presbyterian Primary School, another of the 5 that they have identified. Another young man, of course, he was homeschooled, so we don't have a school for that person per se. And then we have Shagwanas, of course, Government Primary School.
Yes.
And of course, the names, Mirage.
Nice.
DL Singh, Dolly, and it is clear, right? And Survey, Telesford is, of course, a mixed individual. It looks like. So those are the areas that I thought I should intervene or make some kind of overture to let the African community know that we, at one time in the 60s and early 70s, we were the best.
Nice.
And we still have the capacity. And let us continue, of course, along that route. Now that the PNM, the factor that created the stymieding of that particular section of the national community, they are the bane. They have been, of course, the detriment to the African community and must stay out of power in order for us to strive.
Nice.
You have another one?
Yes. Yeah. We're just going through there. Again, I on this side, so I see what's going on. And so long as I see, well, we going up. Well, thing, and then all of a sudden, if I seen, people dropping off, it will mean that we are taking too long in a conversation, and we need to move on. Oh boy, here it is. The PNM accuses the PNM accuses government of taking credit for WASA upgrades. Lennox Smith. What says thou? Not too much. Little too much or something. Sometimes good for
No. I think education, is my thing. So therefore, I have necessarily had to take a little longer than normal. But certainly, this is no different to the PNM taking credit for Prime Minister of India being in Trinidad. Coming to Trinidad. Al-Rari did make that claim. So any port for a storm, because they have been metamorphosized, or should I say they have graduated to political opportunism. So they just criticize the UNC for dismantling and to rendering null and void and of no effect their plans for WASA. Remember that? Just the other day, and now they are taking credit. I mean, these people are so desperate that you really have to wonder whether or not they were in government at all, or ought to have been in government at all.
But
that's my
you also watch that too. I'm watching that some of the people that now decide they want to come out and was very tight-lipped, but due to the Honorable Prime Minister and making sure that she don't want certain things, I seen whereby they want to be a part. And again, I seen the NPTA wants TTPS to help parents curb school violence. No, the children and them on thing, lock them up, charge them. It is what it is. Go as far.
But in addition to that, on the other hand, my friend, there's another issue with respect to the National Parent Teachers Association as well. They came out to saying that the government should reconsider their position on CPEP. Again, from where we stand, we know that statement alone is based on ignorance.
The same Parent Teachers Association had said that.
What the minister said about the matter. Otherwise, they wouldn't be talking
wait.
Of course, school will be opening soon. But
But you know,
yeah, but what
they
that to do
say
with
school should
them?
be open soon. But you know, they ain't saying that school is in the process of closing, and that therefore there's enough time to, of course, have the minister implement what he said that they will implement. But instead of that, they go in, of course, the route of the PNM, indicating that somehow there is something dangerous, something disastrous, or something inhumane that the government has implemented by dismissing politically appointed contractors only, 300 of them, and not the 10,000 that they are bandying about.
Oh boy. So if he's his parents, the National Parents Teachers Association. What CPAP have to do with he? He's supposed to be wondering what the curriculum going to be about that we had to talk about. The books, all right, but we don't know, however. The laptops, if it is all will be on time and however, and it has some schools may not be Wi-Fi ready, and if that was being put in place, and well, definitely the PNM had cut on passage or school buses for children. And if it is the government will be implementing back school buses, knowing it's hard times and parents would not be able to afford to send 4 children to school. At one child might be about $20 passage a day. So what the hell CPAP had to do and reinstating it, to me that just show that he's a PNM or something? Or?
That's right, because it's the same narrative they're going down. Now imagine, school ain't closed yet, but they're talking about the school going to be open and they will not have, of course, resources to assist with respect to books and uniform, etc. And, of course, totally ignoring the fact that when they get into school, particularly, of course, the new Form 1s, they will be getting a laptop. And you even had that kind of narrative, but in a different way, of the teacher association as well. I think is what's the same he had a Chinese name. But the fact is that he said that listen
he's the teachers association.
He cast some kind of skepticism on the laptop program.
Yeah, and not only that, he also signed off for teachers 4%. Where the election was 2 weeks away.
Yeah,
3 weeks
in order to influence the outcome of the elections. Very good, yes. And of course, diverting, or should I say deviating from the other, and therefore generating some kind of wedge, some kind of split among the trade union movement that would have been on board as members of the coalition of interests with the present administration, or then the UNC. A call made by the UNC leader, who is, of course, Prime Minister today. So their agenda is clear, and no amount of talk will wash them, will sanitize them, because, of course, they are demonstrated in practical terms. And as I've always said, an ounce of action is always better than a pound of talk.
I thought that that Parents Teachers Association PNM man, I thought he would have also asked, which was very important, because remember the waste billions, but remember they cut everything good for children, first as transport, the school feeding program and all the real cut down. So I thought he would have asked the government now in the returning of opening of schools besides laptops, and if it is will be getting more maxi school buses, if it is that there will be a lot of children catching the tail now and not getting to eat from home, because the parents have no money, because the PNM get everybody broke, the PNM destroy everybody's life, the PNM have everybody catching the tail, that evidence the government will reconsider vamping back up the school feeding program, because a child cannot learn on a hungry belly. I can understand the man and study the children. So if he talking about school opening and you want the parents to get back the work in order to do, provide food.
Pursuing clearly the agenda of the current, what I consider to be dead 13, hapless 13. Are talking about, of course, those in the lower house, hapless, but opportunistic and fighting, of course, to make an argument
That is a non-argument. School ain't even closed yet. But all they're concerned about school reopening. They're talking about the next end to be in the next month or month and a half. And of course, the minister was here on the program. They pretended that they didn't hear what the government was saying, and only for political mileage and a political currency, a currency that is dead, a currency that has no value at this point in time. And they will see it, of course, at the end of the day, because the UNC clearly and the present Prime Minister has recognized that. And therefore, of course, the Monday Night Forum will resume tonight. I want to tell everybody that the UNC has announced that the Monday Night Forum will begin from today. So, of course, all of the goings on and all of the shenanigans and all of the innuendos and all of the misinformation and disinformation certainly will, of course, be addressed at that forum, no doubt. And the Prime Minister is expected to be there.
Nice. Well, we'll run through the various headliners while we go along to the Puna address here. Let me say morning to you. So all of the lines are open. The numbers to call, you all have it right on the screen for all the Gal family. For those of you, wherever you are locking on to us or from, in fact. The numbers there are 225-6644, 225-6644, or 239-5120, 239-5120, or give us a WhatsApp call at 366-3053, 366-3053, or send a WhatsApp voice note if it's more convenient for you. All right, while we are waiting, because Lennox, the PM is needed at home. Oh, look, a call come. I'm not going to bring that headline. Go ahead, caller.
Hello.
Good morning to you, caller. Where are you calling from, and what's your contribution on the Gong Report this morning?
I say UNC said I never win.
You say what?
I say UNC can never win. Get me again.
You thought UNC could have never won an elections in Trinidad and Tobago again?
Yeah.
All right, and what is the objective of you telling the pitbull that? I would like to know, based on what made you felt that it would have.
UNC is very shit.
Because what?
UNC is shit.
Where you come from this already day, woman? With your fast, stupid looking self.
My movie mother.
Oh Lord.
Ashamed to ask why, because I ain't get my headphone yet, but I have to ask.
The woman cussing me. The woman.
What she said?
She
I
rude.
didn't hear what she said. What she said?
She said she never thought UNC that win. And then I just thinking, because normally you hear why thinking, well, she going and she's happy or however. She say, well, UNC is HIT, so she come with that language. And then I say, where you come from this, or where your woman will hear my answer. She back.
I see, okay.
And then, well, you know them PNM, she must get very hot. So I had to cut it fast before the dirtiness come out. She dirty mouth.
People like them really, they fly against their conscience. They know that the PNM would have lost. They know that the possibility was serious. They know that the UNC would have, of course, won, having regard to the arguments that the PNM would have tried to tarnish the UNC between the period 2010 to 2015. But I think what they felt is that the PNM would have used, of course, its illegal conduct, manipulating the various institutions in order to get unmeritorious access to power and to be in government. Well, on this occasion, as we said, it was too big to thief. It was too big to rob. It was too big. The results was too egregiously important and vivid and conspicuous that they had to leave the process alone, because I'm sure the EBC would have told them, any elements they had in the EBC would have told them, we have to do it so, because we had, of course, international observers as well, and based, of course, on the Trump administration's position, they had no choice, and therefore, because of the fact that the playing field was leveled, the natural victor has come to the fore, which of course would have been the UNC. Now in 2025, it would have been the UNC in 2020, and it would have been the UNC in 2015 if all these factors had come to play on those occasions.
Yeah. Let me take Cozy. Let me take some Cozy. Yeah. Oh boy. But like I feel she now learning about this program. Or like she don't understand. I see pitbull, you know. I don't like that, you know. Don't call here and come with that kind of stupidness. There you're playing it, talking nice, coming normal, and then you're coming like a matapee to sting just so with your dirty mouth. I'm looking out for you again. The smart PNM people is playing nice. That's how PNMs operate. In opposition, come nice.
Of course.
Look how nice there is right now.
Many of them are distraught that the person on whose behalf a pre-action protocol letter was sent to CPEP had to withdraw their action altogether, because I understand not only was the pre-action protocol letter sent, but they had already prepared, of course, even before the response by CPEP. They had, of course, documents ready to file to have a substantive case. Well, of course, they had to withdraw. Lala would have been the man at the forefront of this entire exercise. I mean, he continues, of course, to go where angels fear. I mean, none of the PNM lawyers, so-called lawyers, didn't do that, but he did it, only to have to withdraw it. I mean, how many times you will get beaten by like stick break in the airs from Kamala Prasad Bisesa, the UNC, and indeed a what I consider to be very accomplished stateswoman who is today the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago today.
Yes. You understand, ma'am? The real reality is, you know the PNM not going to win back elections no time soon. I say that they will never win back an election no time soon, you know. I say the PNM going through, and from 13 they will go to 9 or 5, then they will go along to 1 and then nothing, you know. I say going to have a new opposition in Trinidad and Tobago will be rising because the PNM outlive its usefulness, you know. Yes. That's why I say, you all jagabat like you. Let me continue this program here. Morning, caller.
Hi, good morning.
Yeah, morning, caller. Where are you calling from? What's your contribution on the ground report? Go ahead, Grandy. Don't study here. Let me continue being productive.
Yeah, but I was going to talk about the caller just now.
Yeah, forget she. She's suffering from something.
No, she retarded. And when she find God, she will know why PNM had was to come out of power. Let her go and look for God, and when she get God, she will know why PNM have no place in Trinidad and Tobago. We don't want the devil in this place. We don't want the devil to control here.
Yes.
And that woman is totally retarded.
Yes,
she makes herself a fool, boy.
Yeah, don't worry about she. Come with your nice subject and thing there. Don't worry about she. She missing the red couch that Rowley used to she on. So don't worry about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of think my cause, but really I wanted to talk this morning about
you see how the PNM zombie this come and zombie we had? Yeah. What your kind self? Catch yourself. Don't wait. Let me make sure we catch ourselves there. Wait, hold 1 minute. We have to make sure we catch ourselves, man. Hold 1 minute.
Yeah.
God.
Open the eyes of my mind. There's no one like
talking about. Lennox place are all them rooms. He's supposed to flip it in the one day when they come and sign. And let me see how they move now, man. Some of them doesn't go on that Pago Street at all. Friday, he might be when they well enjoy himself. And all they getting to see that Lennox Smith is a better dancer than me. I'm telling you, like the Matrix, you know. Yeah. Fifth generation, you know. I know 5G, you know. Reach 5G. Like the 15G dance he have there. Oh my God. Let me go to the lines, y'all. So don't worry about that. Let's move forward. Watch me, I had to read something here quick. This Prime Minister did Moody. Let me talk about Rowley went Ghana. They spit him like a little stupid little boy. Wrong at chair. We see two boats coming with dead people. Remember it had a boat went to Tobago, dead people. Then it had, all of a sudden, the Coast Guard them find a boat with dead people. They said they was towing the boat, and the boat sink while it was towing the boat. By all lies the Ghana Jumbie where it is Rowley come there with. And then, what you get? He said, we go get cassava and yam. None of that we ain't get yet. No cassava and yam. Right, but here it is. Let me give you what the Indian Prime Minister them with India organizing for we are ready day, boy. Well, I say where the hell is this? That is how the Indian and them give me thing, they ain't give me no yam and all that kind of bacchanal thing. 15 bilateral agreements signed across health, education, trade, ICT, culture, and justice. Oh my God. So just a name, I'll just name 4. 2,000 laptops was donated to support Form 1 students. Oh boy. 20 dialysis machines. 2C ambulances. Prospective prostate legs and things. I just gets material to pronounce that. I know Jack one.
Yeah. 800 prostate legs.
Prostate legs. 800 of that.
Prosthetic,
1 million US in agro machines handed over to the NAMD to NADCO. I think that might be NAMDAFCO. It got to be that. Right?
NAMDAFCO, yes, that is the agricultural agency that is responsible for the import-export and of agricultural produce in this country. Yeah.
Nice.
They manage all the, I think, the wholesale market up at La Coya there.
Right. The only thing I'm confused with what you be to tell me, because I understand the rest, but QIP agreement up to 5 projects annually at US $50,000 each. Up to 5 annually. So
yeah,
where's that?
That's a mechanism developed for getting capital to find funding for your company. The Indian government, recognizing that their companies would normally have to search for external capital markets, go to external capital markets to get funding for projects that they want to do domestically, encourage, of course, the pooling of resources and have developed a system where they don't have to go outside. So I suppose what they're saying is that they will invite local businesses to participate in that process if they want to get capital funds for their various projects. So they have expanded it outside of India and extended it, of course, to Trinidad and Tobago as well.
Nice. You see that? Wow. Look how we get it. All we get is yam seeds, no yam, and all he leave with is more African snails. The PNM leave with more African snails for we to eat curry African snails and yam. But we go curry down that and get that jagabat, the first meal. That one we call it. Yeah, she hungry. We go get she curry African snails. Sent you all by Santa Cruz them to get someday. All them people were saying that are real snails in the yard, they only destroying the plants. That is a snail queen. Let me continue there. Yeah. Morning caller, where you calling from?
Good morning, Mr. Williams. Good morning. I heard something terrible this morning. I want you to stand up, give them the dance, put that woman under your feet, and tramp on her.
Yeah, I don't do that already.
I want you to do it again. Just put her, play the blood of Jesus over her, because the world is listening, and the world here, those filthy.
Yes.
As clear can be. So you just dance on her.
All right.
Dance on her. Put it under your feet and plead the blood of Jesus on her.
All right.
Love you guys.
All right. Let me take over Lennox Smith. You know that the dancer boy, but let me do it, man. I'm a stamp on she. Put she on my foot with the blood of Jesus.
darkness you shine. Out of the ashes we rise. There's no one like you. None like you. Our God is greater. Our God is stronger. God, you are higher than any other. Our God is healer. Awesome in power. Our God.
Nice. So before we go to the lines there, Lennox Smith, what else you have there for us that you know that we didn't touch on, because we want to open back the lines there. But you know, just continue bringing those very important topics to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Go ahead, Lennox Smith. Bye, any at all, boy.
Sorry about that. I see that Penelope Beckles has finally made a implicit and unconditional apology to the people, saying that the PNM did the people wrong, etc. But of course, remember when we were saying that she ought to have done that from the beginning, and that it will have no effect. It will be seen as a deception if she should say it later. Well, she has in fact said it, but of course it comes across as nebulous, as superficial, as superfluous, and without really any sincerity. And of course, I would want to tell the population that is too little, too late. It is too little, too late. And all that apology, and of course, trying to make the UNC a demon, because she did in fact demonize the UNC and say that they're lying, of course, centered around the CPEP issue, failing, of course, to tell the population that, one, they withdrew the matter that they had before. And let me tell you this, I am saying here now that they cannot and they will not go into any other legal issue related to CPEP, except of course if it is for superficial political reasons and to save face. But they cannot, based on the reason why they have withdrawn that first matter that Lala's sent a pre-action protocol letter to CPEP authorities saying to withdraw the dismissal, etc., within a specific time frame. They will not, and they will hope that today, maybe December, they will hope today, December, only to hope that the people will forget the nonsense that they would have engaged in. Why they withdraw that particular pre-action protocol letter? There are about 4 grounds that they did that. One, it was clear when Anand Ramlogan responded to it, they realized that particular contractor was employed for over 7 years. It means that he would have been getting a bite arbitrary at least 2 more times than he ought to, because it is a 3-year limit exercise and you are supposed to move on. That's one. 2, that apart from the fact that millions of dollars that particular contractor would have received over that period, I think the most crushing blow is this, that the contract, his contract, a Lavatil contractor, incidentally and clearly connected politically, and decided to take that chance, but find himself, of course, in hot water in the process, because listen to this. They signed a new contract just before the 2025 April 28 general elections, days before, but he had to complete his contract around November this year. So his contract was supposed to naturally end around November this year, but what they did, they make him sign a contract to end in 2029. Let me repeat, people. The PNM government, utilizing clearly a PNM contractor and believing that they could utilize the resources of the country in that way, just before the 2025 April 28 general elections, caused this contractor, to sign a new contract, but his natural contract, his existing contract at the time, was supposed to end in 2026. Sorry, next year. But they make him sign one for 2029. And therefore, somehow, ignoring the fact that we'll have just about a year more on the existing contract. So that is what. So what Anand Ramlogan and they say, very simple, that is politically motivated. Politically motivated. And may have, of course, contractual, or should I say, criminal possibilities having regard to where it is, because you are not safeguarding the public's interest. If a contract was not completed and 2026 has not yet arrived, how are you giving the man another contract one time to complete in 2029? So that's the other area. But it gets even worse. When you think it couldn't get worse. You know, that particular company was delisted by the company's registrar. So in other words, it doesn't exist for all intents and purposes, because if you go to search for that company at the company's registrar, that company will not be on the books. Yes. So you understand. So they had no choice but to withdraw it, and of course Al-Rari and they will continue to say that, listen, they are going to come again because of some technicality. Well, if that is a technicality, I could really bad. And I'm certain that all of the contractors that would have found themselves in that situation, cussing Al-Rari and Penelu Beckers and they for putting them in that position, because what has happened now is that they will have to find money now in order to compensate Anand Ramlogan and they, so they are pursuing that. And the fact of the matter is they could have never had a good case in the first place because of the circumstances that they got this new contract to be completed in 2029, when in fact they had an existing one that was never completed and was to be completed in 2016. So in other words, that fella has to be saying, if I was him, I would be saying, listen, but only set me up because I could have a solid case if I had kept my original contract. I didn't have to interfere with it, and I would have get compensated by 2026. But no, only put me in a situation where I have nothing to get. And I suppose that is the backfiring, and that is where I suspect Lala and Penelope Beckers and of course Alwari and they are now of course pretending now that they were never part of it, and you will see that happening, and they will never put a cent to help out the man.
Nice. Mikey, a pleasant good morning to you, my brother.
A pleasant good morning to you, my brother Andy Pitbull Williams. Good morning to political leader Love. And Lennox, you couldn't have said it better. I mean, the whole thing, and according to reports, the legal case had no merit and no legal justification. None whatsoever. None. Just total madness, you know. Total madness. All the way up to 2029?
Yeah. But I think up to 20, and the man have an existing legitimate contract in his hand to complete in 26. So at least he could have bring the CPEP company to court and see if he could have get at least compensation for that. Now we had nothing to get. Now we had nothing to get. He must get vexed with, if I was he, I must get vexed with Penelope because for putting me up that gum tree or down that cesspit of no return.
Yeah, I mean, come on. And these people take chain up until they realize, hopefully they realize now what it is they're dealing with. It's total madness because they held hands, they prayed, and at the end of it all, Penny and them jump in the Mercedes-Benz and the fancy car and left these poor people left jostling for Maxi to see if they can make their way back home. You see how wicked the PNM is? You see how wicked these people just
walk away when you see the guards and them, the police.
Yes. Him would have a right to walk away. Him would have a right to walk away because he realized long time they on games. They walk and they march I mean, we had divers who was killed in a tragic accident and none of them came out. None of them lit a candle, said a prayer, but you're up and down pretending you care about CPEP and the workers and what have you. And this whole thing fell apart because there was no legal justification before it even reached in the court. You see, this is madness. Alwari and them had to be shaped up. But then again, look at the legal team. Look at the legal team. Hey, folks, listen, man. We talking, listen. Tonight, Monday Night Report. Come and join the UNC. Join the UNC tonight at Penal Secondary. That's right, Olivia Drive, Clark Road at Penal. Oliveri Drive. That's Oliveri Drive, Clark Road, Penal. And of course, the feature address will be given by the political leader and Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamala Persad-Bissessar, SCMP. That's right, hashtag UNC for everybody. So check it out. It's going to be on different platforms. And of course, on the UNC Facebook page. Tonight, Monday, 7th July, 7 p.m., Oliveri Drive, Clark Road, Penal. That's what we're talking about. They made it quite clear the government wants to continue liaising with the people, communicating, connecting with you. We all know that we cannot depend on legacy media to bring about what needs to be brought about because it's skewed, it's biased, it's totally fabricated. I mean, the amount of lies, and you understand what they try to make the front page with. They don't put anything out there at all that is truthful. So the government is making it quite clear that they are going to continue connecting with you, the people, and having these Monday night reports across the nation, informing you of what is going on, and you can get the information direct from the horse's mouth. Not no third party and lies and what have you, and people chaining up workers. There's no shame in it, boy. None. Andy, what you have there for?
And the exploitation is so glaring. You know, they're concerned about the workers. So they converted 300 to 10,000. But listen, so the workers are in the majority because it is established it's 300, at least contractors. You know, they talk. If the workers are in the majority, why are you mentioning the contractors first? I mean, that's simple indicator. The contractors and workers. Why? You should be saying workers first and then contractors, because the workers are in the thousands, and the contractors are just 300. So what is that? Is a commingling of their nonsense in order to give justification and to emphasize that they
look
have
at
a
the
case.
team. Look at the team.
Yeah.
Look at the team, Lennox. Look at the team. This boy from Port of Spain there, cold pod bicycle. Alien versus Predator face coming out and talking all that nonsense and talking about line up. Are we going to line up? This is the most work he ever do. This is the most you ever heard of this fella. I'm telling you, Alien versus Predator has so much to say now and talking one set of utter rubbish.
In Port of Spain, so they just call him swordfish face. Swordfish face.
Imagine that.
Swordfish face. Yeah,
Imagine that.
Hold on, let me take a call.
Yeah, a grown man with ponytails. I mean, come on, man. Come on, man.
Morning, caller. Morning.
Morning. I just want to make a point.
Yeah, go ahead. Where you calling from, though?
Right. St. Joseph. That's Winston here.
Go ahead.
Right. Here what's going on. First of all, I want to comment. Capable of that too. Well, if I can boss there, that's the first thing. The second thing is those PNMIs who call in like some old bat talking a set of nonsense and bad talking. The Prime Minister, they should go on YouTube and watch what's doing. Calling like
hello?
Yeah, hello. Oh God, we lost that caller. That was really breaking up. Go ahead, caller.
Yes, two things I want to mention.
Guys, and don't forget, yesterday, due to circumstances, you all missed the observers. But God is working mysterious ways. We will be locking off at 9 o'clock because, remember, it have some schools closing, some schools taking registration and all them kind of bacchanal thing and thing already. So I have to go and do some registration and thing there. I know there's main headquarters now. So today at 9 o'clock, we will be getting the observers for you.
Hello?
Go ahead, caller.
Right, so the show will be on at 9 a.m.
Yes.
What you missed yesterday. Yeah, and he's not talking election observers. It's the program The Observer with yours truly, Mickie K. So at 9 a.m., we're going to play back yesterday's program. Go right ahead, caller.
Oh, how that going on? Oh, that Tuna call the landline. When you call the cell phone and the poor people who call in the WhatsApp, you're cutting them. So you want to call the landline Tuna Puna. Go ahead, caller.
Yeah, hello. I want to know.
Go ahead, caller.
Hello, Andy.
Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead,
Yes,
go ahead.
caller, go ahead.
Yeah. The pharmacopoeia agreements they signed with India, I suspect healthcare services to buy drugs direct from India, where we just get most of the drugs in any case, and eliminate the middleman. That 1% who multiplying the profits by 100% and selling the expensive drugs that they get in cheaply. We're going to end up getting cheap. And the next thing with this contractor, right, that get delisted, right? How he paying NIS and how he paying tax for these people that he employed, because he had no NIS number again, he had no border inland revenue number again. So how he paying tax for them? Where that money going? That is why they withdraw that whole case, because there's fraud going down the line there.
What chihuahua is that back there, boy?
That is a bull terrier.
Oh God, well, give him some kind of cough syrup, so you go so more powerful now. Give him a cough syrup.
You may hear the mail, you're going to go crawl.
All right. I know, see, I get some cough syrup, is the weather. And that bull terrier, that bull terrier, but I you go say, yeah, that bull terrier, All right. It have a call. Let me continue the calls. Get some syrup. So again, we will be locking off at 9. And we'll be continuing with the Observers with Mickie K. Yours truly, Mickie K. Very interesting program it had yesterday. And you all will make sure you catch up on that. I know we catch up on that on my way out. Morning, caller.
Good morning, Ground Report. Andy, Mikey, Lennox, Sunapuna here. Andy, you see, I'll tell you something. When you're wicked and you're evil, and you cannot change, you will continue to do evil things, and you will be exposed. Because as it is now, look how they withdraw that matter with the CPEP contractor and what have you. And look at the person who will, one who will reject Larry Lala, going to fight that matter for them. And eventually, you see what the kind of lawyers we have in the UNC, and Ram Logan explained to them, and Larry Lala, I tell them it's a bunch of jokers. I thought they were bringing Dinesh Rambali with them too, understand? But what was even shameful, Andy, is that you had the Prime Minister of India in the Parliament addressing our nation. And boy, when you watch the expression of the PNM people when he started to expound on what the benefits will be derived and you know what agreement they signed, and I watching him but and them fellas and them face and Penny Beckles and them, you could see these people like, and they in a lost world. But what is even more shameful is that they brought out these people to protest outside the Parliament, whilst a man is doing so much to contribute to our country, the development in every aspect, education, agriculture, health, and you name it, and what have you, Andy. Huh? I just show you, these people there, they are obstructionists. But I want to go further than that, Andy, as yesterday in Mikey's program, The Observer, I raised some concerns with him. And I guess later in the program, when they come on at 9 o'clock, people will hear it. It is with respect to the things that you hear in the Parliament, in this budgetary allocation, the corruption that took place on every ministry, from Foster Cummins to Stuart, to Dial Singh, to Rohan Sananan, and then next one, Sukai, and all these fellas, the corruption that took place in every ministry and the, these people, I mean, these are no ordinary thing. And as I was telling Mikey yesterday, and which he agreed, that there have to be a swift investigation. We have to recover back with money, and people have to go to jail. Because you can just tell me, when you say, and you hear the budgetary allocation, it's not something that the UNC coming up with, they're proposing. This is based on what you fail to do, and majority of that money is going to pay to creditors and whatnot, and things. Money that the PNM government is owing people who supply goods and services, Andy. Huh? And you want to tell me all your renege on that, all your thief so much money. Look at today, Keith Rowley. You hold your tail and you go on your merry way. And talking about the country, before you left, the country is in a better place, and we well off and what have you and what not. Huh? I tell you, but you, Stuart Young, Rohan Sinanan, Keith Rowley, all, including the Attorney General. Look at the thing that you hear that is being revealed in the Parliament on that, but I watched that over and over. After yesterday again, I watched it. It is unbelievable.
So what Rowley said? Rowley said the country was left better than he meted?
He said the country was in a better place because he left it in the solid, and then when he said that when he put Stuart Young as the Prime Minister thing, he said, well, now that I have somebody there who is capable to continue the show, you understand?
The good work.
And these people, them have to be joking, but you see what? He collect all the bribe money, the money that he thief and all of that, and he go on the merry way. But let me tell you something, Rowley. All you. You see, if you listen to yesterday, to what the Minister of Legal Affairs, Mr. Maharaj, and he talk about certain things that the DPP wrote the then Attorney General for things to implement to deal with a number of issues, and they never responded to him. This is why the justice system is in a crisis, and now that he wrote to this present Attorney General, will you believe it, Andy? He's getting immediate response, and the thing that he would requested. There are a number of things, for to go on search warrant and all these kind of things and whatnot and things. And this government is going full speed ahead, Andy. So therefore, it goes to show you that the PNM government, Keith Rowley, you and all your ministers, from your Attorney General and everybody, all your, now look, the governor of the central bank. You see, that's the next case you're going to see, they go fail. Because they know they don't have a case, Andy. Because it's not only to tell people about what that you fail to declare the names of the people who get the foreign exchange. There were plenty other matters. Your failure by one. You didn't want an internal audit. The central bank have their internal auditors. But you didn't want them to do it because why? You want to organize with an outside company, a foreign company, based on instruction, because they say that the only way you could have a external auditors come and check the books is that it is with the consent of the finance minister. And who was the finance minister? Aimbot. And he wouldn't want no local people to investigate it. So he sanctioned it. Let them bring in the external auditors, and they come and they take it. And today, your failure, we have not a report of what come out of that audit from any foreign company and whatnot. Understand what I'm saying, Andy? So therefore, there's a number of issues that the governor, the then governor of the central bank, he had to answer. Because up to now, he raised a concern about that 2 point something, that almost $3 billion missing. We don't know the status of the economy. And he's been lying about the inflation and all these kind of things. So Kamla Prasad says, and them tell us, hey, you unfit for this position. We don't want you nowhere at all because you will make our government crash. And this is the reason why they remove you. So your matter going to court, but I will tell you something. When we finish with all who want to play, remember Keith Rowley and him used to say, this government, now when they was in opposition, they always quick to run to the court and whatnot. And Andy, remember that statement, Lennox, Mickie? But now you're hearing it now, that every issue now, they're running to the court, even though they found wanting and all they're lying to the population and based on corruption and all these kind of things. But I will tell you something, there is a God, and what is done in the dark will come to light, and gradually you get all the ministers, all the government officials, from senators to ministers and whatnot, exposing all the corruption. And as I say now and there again, I wrap it up, I hope the present commissioner of police, brother, your table, you're just full of papers. You have to start dealing with it. You work together with the DPP and all, let me sort out these things. Let me start to see people going to jail. We can't afford a thing and we want to have an investigation and and this and that. Cut out all of that. All that is wasting time. Your investigation, like with the Suzette Martin, with the going and bringing Brent Thomas and what there is nothing to investigate. Because that has an investigation going on for the longest while. And all the issues are there. You just have to run through it, and hear what? We start to prosecute people. And they have a blessed day.
Thank you very much. Next caller, morning caller. Where are you calling from? What's your contribution?
Good morning, Andy, Mickie, Lennox. We and everybody out there. So turn up on your investigator now. You tell any man how to do your job. Don't investigate it all that.
Where they? You mute your phone, Santa Cruz. Like your phone mute by mistake. You touch your phone on mute. Santa Cruz on mute. Oh God. All right, let's take some other calls, eh? All right. Next caller. Morning caller. Where are you calling from? What's your contribution on the Gong Report this morning?
Hey, Andy, morning. Mr. Tunapuna forgot all you're coming up there. Or? But I know he give good information and thing, but all in all, with one love. Yeah, well, could I say, Andy, the information about the thing, you could get more information from your partner, Anil, because he did a video on that over the weekend. Right. On Thursday evening, I listened to a program on YouTube where there's Casey and some heavy man talking concerning about forestry and the forestry workers who with corruption and all kind of things. So I calling to them and I telling them, partner, it's not forestry, you all should be saying because forestry is a different entity from them. Forestry head office is in St. James, and two they are subsidiary around the country. And I used to work there in St. Joseph, Farm Road, St. Joseph after Wassa. And I was one of the person who was appointed through the ministry to drop off funds when they formed a new entity. And their job spec was to learn the works so that when the older workers in the regular forestry retire also, they could fill in them places. But over the years, they become a party group, right? And they started to do otherwise. The other day, I heard Kadisha Amin saying that how they even plant a tree. And that could be true because they lose focus on what they were supposed to be doing. Yeah, they were supposed to be locating fresh land to bring it like House and Benedict Hills is. They end up going and take over other projects that already done, and they started clean around the forestry tree and putting the leaf around it and thing, and that was never supposed to be their job spec. They come like a breeding ground to take over the work after learning. Right now, the forestry department and they have workers like how it had long time. They're getting the people with experience to come in and to continue the work. And this is why we have a lot of flooding, because they want to protect the mountain and to prevent erosion and flooding and coming into the lowland. So, Andy, all right, have a good day. Congratulations, your child too.
All right. Oh, boy.
All right, yes, indeed. Congratulations to you and the family there, Andy.
Yeah.
Congratulations, man. Bright children, that's what we're talking about. Next generation to come. Who's on the outside? Who we have? We're closing off at 9 a.m., and the Observer, if you missed it yesterday, it's going to be replayed right here on realmediatt.com.
Go ahead, Corner. Morning.
Hello. Andy, good morning again. I'm sorry about I don't know what it has happened. Good morning to you, Andy, Mickie, Lennox, Nubia, to everybody. Morning. I was asking to the Pune if he's an investigator. No, he telling the man how to do his job. And what you don't need to go and check on that, all that check already. Yeah. And when it fall apart now in the courtroom, like how the CPAP workers thing fall apart, right? Then that will be time and money wasted. No, they have to have a thorough investigation into what it has happened. And if based on what I am reading, I am seeing Susan Martin file missing, right? Well, let it go missing. Just like how all of a sudden Mickie and company, you cannot find anything about the Karen Greens Award on Google again. I don't know where it went to. You see what happened with them? They knew that we were going back and making reference to it, that they won the Norris Narayana Award 1 month before Rowley shut them down and said that they were wasting the treasury money and what. Investigation has to take place. It has to. You can't just leave it like that. Andy, my next point is I want to tell Patricia Reid, you or nobody else have no moral authority to tell me about leaving Karim Marcel alone. He put himself in the political arena, and when he want to open his mouth, his pie hole, and want to bash my government, that's right, my government, I am going to respond to him. And if you or nobody else don't like it, too bad. Just tell him to hush. Because he's talking a whole set of nonsense about heist and hoax. And I will remind you again, the biggest heist and hoax was the PNM on this country. Rowley, he was a corruption buster. He got to bust corruption in the partnership government. And up to now, after he paid SRPK $1.something billion, where is the evidence? Where is it to put anybody before the courts? And I want to remind all of them, not because Camille and Foster Cummings and the rest of them and Faris and all of them, not before the court yet means that they didn't do something wrong. Because it is there, evidence is there, where Camille refused to tell the bank about her source of income. What Faris did with Wilson Nelson and the DPP had to wash his hands off it, right? But I want him to wash it further and remove that stain of Annan Ramlogan and General Ramley because he knew that something went wrong. But don't worry, our Attorney General is a fair man and he's going to deal with that. So anytime you want to come after my Prime Minister and my government, I am going to come after all you. And I want to tell Penny something. Penny, again, I would say it every day, 10 times a day and 20 times on a Sunday. You have no shame. You asking this government that they quiet on the crime situation. Where was your mouth, Penny? When the child was shot in the thing and they call the child collateral damage. Where was your voice when the children were pulled out of the Kind Laventille and killed? How many children were killed under the PNM watch? Where was your voice? Are we not going to forget the 22 babies that were killed in NICU? Penny, what did you have to say about that, Penny? Absolutely nothing, because your snout was too deep in the trough. You was too busy feeding yourself and your niece and everybody else to study what was going on to the rest of the people in the country. You didn't have no shame to call on the NGOs and them then to say, come and help us here with this crime situation or help us with what's going on in the country. But you're calling on all the NGOs now who you feel are still your friends, PNM friends, to help all this deal with this government. Deal with them with what? Deal with them with what? We want to know. You have no shame, woman. Have no shame at talking about the crime situation and stupidness that going on. But I want to remind all you again. The case did not just fall flat like that. And yes, send you the comment. Yes, the man was removed from the registry. That is one of the reasons why the case had to fall. And I am asking a question this morning. How many other people were removed from the registry but were still getting jobs? Contracts were being renewed. We are going to find out, just as how we find out about this one. We are going to find out. And shame on you, Larry Lara.
But then the big question...
Shame on you. You didn't check that?
Then the big question will be how much was you paying your NIS and health charge for your workers?
Right. Yes.
Wow.
And then when Barry and them talk about corruption in the CPEP, she want to find out, Penny want to find out, Sleeping Penny want to find out where the corruption is, bring proof. But you have to put, but you ain't saying a word. You're moving on to something else. Penny, let me tell you something, you ain't no different to Rowley. You ain't no different. And we know what Rowley said, they're not going to support the government on anything. And apparently, you take it up where you left off. But you see the same hatred that the people had for Rowley in this country, and it was a hatred. I don't care who say what. It was a hatred. They're going to pass it on for you because you know why? You started off real bad. You started off real bad because somebody who was there, sitting in a cabinet, watching over 500 recusal, you coming out now to talk about the UNC government? You coming to talk about them? You have no moral authority. You should have get a wet cement bag and put it on your head. You see all the rest of them that are coming in front of you to talk? Because everybody knows it's a waste of time. Total waste of time. And as Mickie rightly said, when the march done, and only had to hop the maxi and the bus. That is what all they want for themselves. No, all they have to want better. All you have to want better. And all you want to take shade up from Penny and the rest of them who did nothing for you for 10 years. All I said, I know my sentiment. We are not going to sit back and allow no PNM opposition to come and disrupt our government because they are not even yet 3 months yet. And Penny wanted to wave a magic wand. What she doing 10 years? She won't come nothing in 3 months. Less than 3 months. Thanks a lot, Andy, and have a good one. Take care.
No problem. Oh boy, time check. It's 5 minutes to the hour. And we have to look on to this great interview.
I think people need to understand just how deep this cult is, You don't take the PNM lightly, Just the other day, I think Gatsby Dolly mentioned something about PNM women, and they talk about PNM children, and now they're saying it's PNM lawyers. This is a different country for them, I want you to understand the seriousness of this, These people are all about division, They redefine the whole social structure, PNM children,
and a new PNM.
A new PNM is a true cult.
We hear that from Rowley. There's always a new PNM when a new person is at the end.
Yeah, but Penny talking about a new chapter. While you sat there and said nothing. Yeah, you sat there and said nothing, Mr. Santa Cruz is correct. You said absolutely nothing, and it's new this and new that, and all that set of rhetoric. One has to understand and be careful. You see how they're redefining everything. The PNM this, PNM that. They believe wholeheartedly that this is PNM country, They believe that for whatever logic that lies that this administration will just fall down in the next month or 2 months. People, we have to defend what is right. We suffered for almost 10 years. Yes, things may not be moving as fast as you wanted to, but there were promises made and there were promises kept. When you talk about the selection of a commissioner of police, the expansion of the Children's Life Fund, there were things that have been accomplished in this short period of time. Yes, there are positions that still need to be filled, but of course, it has to be filled by the right people, the hard-working people, the people who are always there, willing to commit, dedicate, and make that sacrifice. And of course, you know the ground report. You have been with us from day one. We are the ones who have been bringing it to you, leading the charge, going out there. So understand, there are things that are happening. You have to defend this administration at all costs. Put aside whatever pettiness and whatever you feel. Tonight, right there in Penal, come out in your numbers, come out and hear from the horse's mouth directly from the Honorable Prime Minister Kamla Prasad Visesa, MPSC. Come out and hear for yourself. Hear from your government. It's not a matter of having a town hall meeting when they feel like, and then Rowley coming and talk about you have to choose your partner wisely and he don't live in your bedroom. No, the UNC, the government is not holding anything to insult or somewhat come down on you. That's not what it's about. It's about giving you the information. Promises made, promises kept, and a lot has happened and a lot is going on. The Prime Minister has set the tone that this hemorrhaging and wastage, wanton wastage of taxpayers' money must come to an end. And they have all rights to tell us exactly where it went because it's our money. So again, come out tonight. Come out. Monday night report. Come out. Well, Andy, it's 8:59. Yes, I know we have to make our way out. Up next, yesterday's show of The Observer with yours truly, Mickie K. Of course, I interviewed Education Minister Dr. Michael Dowlett, veteran journalist Ken Ali, the public relations officer for the UNC, had a lot to say, Dr. Kirk Megu, and of course, Roxanne Paul and Ms. Sampson, who, of course, spoke about the Trinidad and Tobago Welfare Association elections. And boy, I tell you, quite interesting, quite interesting. These women are so courageous. So, it's going to be great. Check it out. Until then, try to stay alive. And of course, later on, 8 p.m. tonight, our very own Lennox Smith Corridor Transformation. So you got to check that out. Folks, we are out of here. Andy, I know you got things to do. Let's go.
food we eat.
That's not the beginning, Andy.
Our bodies are under a lot of stress, and all of these can lead to high inflammation.
Saved my life.
Behold, I just want to spread up my hands and free. I just feel it deep in my soul, good vibes and energy, nothing no bother me. No, I want to spread the joy to the world. Welcome to TNT, the greatest street party. Yeah. So when you see me winding up, jumping up and carrying up, look like I jump and falling down, leaving up. I'm moving with the company, friends and family with me, sipping the juice that I keep believe me. I just want to spread up my hands and free, spread up my hands and free. On the road in the party, on the road, we all in defense, we all going live and we fall, we all. The whole country ready to party, Calypso so catch at me, Panorama not missing me. No, cause when the music hit me brain, it don't make me go insane. It's gonna all come again. Yeah. So when
And pleasant good evening and welcome to another episode of The Observer with yours truly, Mikey K, right here on Guile TV. And wherever you can catch it, when you get the link, please share. This evening we're speaking to Minister of Housing, Dr. David Lee. Roxanne Paul is back and representing the team at VIB, and she's going to give us an update on what's going on with the police elections. And we'll be joined by Ms. Ravel Sampson as well. Also, Education Minister Dr. Michael Dowlath, UNCPRO Dr. Kirk Megu, and veteran journalist Ken Ali, and more, right here on The Observer. When we come back, of course, we'll kick things off.
The Excel brand delivers quality service.
I would recommend Omega Excel to everyone.
Take care of yourself, take care of your health with Omega Excel. If Omega Excel works for me, it will work for you.
Over a period of time, I started feeling stronger in my knee where I could add more pressure.
When you say TNT's construction boss, then there's only one company, Lacroix Construction Services Limited, specializing in general construction, industrial maintenance, manpower resources, transportation and lifting, and equipment rental, excavators, bulldozers, dump trucks, lighting systems, and everything for your project. We have affordable prices. Call now, 267-0000 or 431-0012. Lacroix Construction Services Limited, TNT's construction boss. For all top quality and affordable hardware supplies, no one beats Midland Hardware, located number 97 Eastern Main Road, Arouca. Midland stocks the #1 brands in hand tools, garden tools, water tanks, power washers, generators, water pumps, kitchen and bathroom faucets, along with face basins and toilet sets, blocks, lumber, steel, sand, gravel, and topsoil. Also check out Midland for steel windows and assorted designs of metal curtain rods. Everything for home and business projects. Payments via links, credit cards, online payments, or cash on delivery. WhatsApp 327-7761 or call 646-2144. Open every day from 8 a.m. From foundation to finish, it's all at Midland. Husqvarna, a global leader in outdoor power equipment, known for its high performance, durable and innovative products, tested and proven by generations of professionals. Full after sales and service support whenever you need it. Contact Provar Distributors Limited, 223-9438 to find a dealer near you.
Oh gosh, this place hot. And the AC, then this car not working.
Check Ryan Air. Ryanair is ranked among the best in TNT for auto air conditioning service. They specialize in repairing and servicing all makes and models of vehicles and heavy equipment. They also stock a wide range of parts. Give them a call at 640-5828 or visit them at number 41 Cane Farm Road, Tacarigua, or email ryanairac@gmail.com. For prompt and efficient service, look no further than Ryanair.
Limiting chronic inflammation is important for so many conditions that occur.
I had a lot of pain 4 years ago.
I used to have pain in my knees, in my hip.
Taking it for arthritis.
Omega XL saved my life.
Then I started to realize, but hey, I could use my hands, I don't have any pain.
All in all, I am pleased to say that the Omega XL has worked.
When you say TNT's construction boss, then there's only one company, Lacroix Construction Services Limited, specializing in general construction, industrial maintenance, manpower resources, transportation and lifting, and equipment rental, excavators, bulldozers, dump trucks, lighting systems, and everything for your project. We have affordable prices. Call now, 267-0000 or 431-0012. Lacroix Construction Services Limited, TNT's construction boss. For all top quality and affordable hardware supplies, no one beats Mitlin Hardware, located number 97 Eastern Main Road, Arouca. Mitlin stocks the #1 brands in hand tools, garden tools, water taps, power washers, generators, water pumps, kitchen and bathroom faucets, along with face basins and toilet sets, blocks, lumber, steel, sand, gravel, and topsoil. Also check out Mitlin for steel windows and assorted designs of metal curtain rods. Everything for home and business projects. Payments via links, credit cards, online payments, or cash on delivery. WhatsApp 327-7761 or call 646-2144. Open every day from 8 a.m. From foundation to finish, it's all at Mitlin. Husqvarna, a global leader in outdoor power equipment, known for its high performance, durable and innovative products, tested and proven by generations of professionals. Full after sales and service support whenever you need it. Contact Provar Distributors Limited, 223-9438 to find a dealer near you.
Oh gosh.
And we are back. Hey folks, just to remind you that our bodies are under stress, from environmental toxins to work stress to poor food choices and low nutrients in the food we eat. Our bodies are under a lot of stress, and all of these can lead to high inflammation levels. Excessive inflammation can lead to a number of health problems that cause pain and damage to the body. Omega-3 fatty acids help the body reduce inflammation. Omega XL provides the health benefits of many fatty foods. So pick up your bottle of Omega XL today. We're going to kick things off. I know we had Dr. David Lee line up in his house. We're going to get back to him. I think we do have Roxanne Paul on.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hey, good
Mr.
afternoon.
Mikey, to you and the wider listening public.
Thank you so much for coming back here and, of course, giving us an update. I do have some questions for you because when we did open the lines, there were 1 or 2 questions that people were asking, and I think it's only in their interest that we talk about it. But first of all, the headlines was court halts police elections, and they said that Mr. Anand Ramasa was blocked. So the 2025 executive elections of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service Social and Welfare Association have been halted by court order, and this follows legal action brought by one of the contesting slates, one that you represent, which is Voices in Blue. So we'll wait that, and I believe this is going to be on until what's the time period?
Well, I must say that Yes, I'm confirming that an injunction was filed on the 30th of June to hold the elections of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service Social and Welfare Association by Voices in Blue. This step was taken after careful consideration and out of growing concern over the validity and the integrity of the electoral process. The matter is now before the High Court and is scheduled to be heard by Justice Frank C. Prasad on Tuesday, 8th July. That's next Tuesday, next 2 days.
Yeah. So it's going to be quite a busy week. Let me ask now, the slate, of course, we spoke about all that, all the stuff that you're looking to be implemented. We did have from one caller asking about widows. What do you have as far as widow or widowers fund to benefit those people who may have had a loved one, a spouse that died in the line of duty?
Okay. I would not have heard the question per se. Can you tell me exactly what the person was inquiring about?
Well, they were asking about what are the benefits for widows?
Widows of police officers?
Police officers who would have died in the line of duty.
All right. What I do know is that there's some sort of widows and orphans pension benefit. However, all of that is usually processed. Whilst it's processing, they get part of the pension as long as they're married to the person. About expediting same, I believe the proposals that Voices in Blue have to bring in an independent team to train the HR personnel and the civilians in the different departments and also monitor them, it should expedite that process. Other than that, the Social Welfare Club has no real control over it except with working with the commissioner and having the HR staff trained properly.
All right, excellent. And of course, is there anything that's going to be added to that? I mean, if it is that the VIB wins the election, let's say, have you looked at adding anything extra to that?
What we were looking at to see how feasible it was something called a pension top-up plan. Sorry, not pension, the death benefit top-up plan. So, like the same way that the National Insurance Board has that $7,500 that they give as a funeral grant, we were exploring a funeral top-up plan. However, it has to be contributed to, firstly, by the police officer whilst they're alive, if they are interested. But plans are still on the drawing board for that, and we were working with retirees from the National Insurance Board where that is concerned.
Yeah, okay, good. You know, this election, ever since the interview last Sunday, my phone has been bombarded with calls from police officers who are saying, listen, it's so good to hear these issues, you know, coming to the forefront, where many things, of course, that they have inquired about has never been forthcoming. The information seemed to be somewhat the best kept secret, or there seems to be a lack of transparency into what transpires behind the scenes, especially where their benefits as part of the association goes. And I'm sure you may have gotten some of that feedback as well. Some of the things that people are asking, officers are asking, is about these petrol stations, when in fact that I believe, if I'm not mistaken, if you are assigned to guard or to work at one of these stations providing security, is that overtime or extra time?
No, actually, what Voices in Blue is proposing where the petrol stations are concerned, it falls under the belt of the treasurer, where monthly we would have audited statements for the petrol stations, if either it's on the Facebook page or available at the office where members can access it easily. And with the patrol and these things for the petrol station, with the guarding of the station, it is supposed to be an extra duty, and we intend to go by the books and have the applications made and processed. The one at the Beaton, that one has to go through the Bessel Street Police Station, and we are going to go by the books and have it as an extra duty so that officers who are not on duty can falling, and that staff is going to be provided by the Chief Clerk's Office of the division.
You know, many times we see different associations where people have to question what is happening, and not looking at it from the fact that there are people who may have been sitting there next to these key figures who have said absolutely nothing. I mean, we're seeing that with this new administration coming into office, where there was a deafening silence by many people who were sitting there. I don't know if you can clear this up, but the perspective is that, is it some sort of clique that has been operating for quite some time, where others were just simply turning a blind eye and not informing the rank and file as to exactly what is taking place?
Well, I can't speak for them, but what I can say is, if you have an association, it has rules. And if one does not agree with something that is happening, instead of having that deafening silence that I so agree with, you can call a meeting, get a quorum and call a meeting and have it dealt with.
Yeah, but the thing about it is most times people will not want to have the will to do that if it is that they're benefiting. I mean, if they find themselves in a comfort zone where they are benefiting from alleged wrongdoing, then why would they have anything to say at all?
Well, at this stage, Mr. Mickie K, I believe all would be exposed through the judicial process.
And you're confident about the process?
Yes, and I wish to emphasize that this action was not politically motivated, nor was it intended to disrupt. It was motivated by a duty of care to ensure that the rights of every member of the association are respected and that any election held reflects the principles of transparency, fairness, and lawful procedure. We are mindful that this matter is now under judicial consideration. In full respect of the sub judice rule, Voices in Blue would not engage in public commentary on the specifics of the legal proceedings, but we trust in the court's ability to render a fair and impartial decision. However, what must be made clear is this: Voices in Blue remains firmly committed to strengthening the credibility of the association. This is not about personalities or power. It is about process. It is about standing up for what is right, even when it is uncomfortable. It is about ensuring that the systems designed to protect the represented officers and are themselves above reproach. So we call on all members of the TTP-SWA to remain calm, informed, and united. We will continue to act in the best interest of the membership and will respect the ruling of the court once it's delivered. No. So we just wish to say thank you to the membership and all stakeholders for their patience and understanding as the judicial process takes its course.
Now, Ms. Paul, you would have stepped on some toes. I mean, and I must say, your courage has definitely been highlighted, not just here, but in other quarters. You would have stepped on some toes. Do you have a fear of any sort of backlash that may come your way?
Well, I did what I had to do. I know that one cannot live callously. I have to be more careful in my going outs and coming in. I am ready to be subjected to, I don't know if I may be transferred erroneously, but it's all for a cause. We just have to wait and see now. I have to protect my safety and my family and my home.
No, I mean, for those who are listening and hearing such comments, one would take away from it that you found yourself in a very, volatile situation where some of these toes that you may have stepped on goes all the way up the ladder. And one has to ask the question, when you talk about the TTPS, one would want to believe that as far as any sort of element that may be viewed as negative or even borderline criminal will not exist in such an association that is there to protect and serve the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Are you telling us something different?
No, I'm just saying that in life there's always good and there's always evil. And everyone is aware of that. And I would have to face the consequences with whatever comes my way. But it's not going to keep me down. And Voices in Blue, we are all standing and uniting as a team.
And whatever the outcome may be, you do believe that it is worth all that you've been through, even to the point where you feel as though you need to safeguard your life.
Yes, it's worth it for a better TTPS, for the younger police officers who are coming in, and to hopefully set the association on the straight and narrow path.
Yeah, and I don't want to shed a sort of a dark veil on the organization, because they are hardworking men and women in the rank and file of the TTPS who put their lives on the line every day to ensure the safety of citizens in this country. And I don't take it lightly to, put that in a bad light. However, when you talk about the young officers, do you believe that some of the things that exist now affects the morale of those who really and truly want to dedicate their lives to serving, especially the younger officers?
Yes, it can. However, what I believe is that when they are inducted into the service, as long as they are taught the right things, the entire police service can turn around, and where there's negativity, it can have positivity. So I believe that the field training officers play a pivotal role in shaping and molding the young police officers.
Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you. And yet still, is there a mechanism, hopefully that VIB, the Voices in Blue, would agree that there should be some mechanism in place where an officer who may be assigned to a certain batch or a certain team, as the case may be, if he or she has witnessed anything that seems to be out of context, that they can report such incidents without fear of having any sort of backlash or fear of having any sort of threat to their lives. What say you when you have officers who say, listen, I work hard enough just to be hired, and I work just good enough not to be fired. I know my place.
Well, the mechanisms that are already in place for that would be the PSB and sometimes the PCA. But it's all about the support they get from their senior officers. And again, I would say it falls back on the field training officers. These are the people who have to nurture them, guide them, teach them their work. For example, if I am a field training officer, that's what the older folks will talk about by leading by example. If I have a group of 25 young police officers to train, and I teach them to speak out, show them the right way to do everything and follow in my footsteps, we can have that batch of officers knowing the right thing, and when they have the support from their senior officers, they would eventually do the right thing.
I agree. I agree with you 100%, and that basically is what matters most of all. Let's say your time is up, you've basically retired from the service. What would Roxanne Paul want to be remembered for as far as her service and what she has given to the TTPS?
Roxanne Paul would want to be remembered for being fearless, for also having a sexual harassment policy implemented in the TTPS, because there's nothing like that now with the proper laws and so on, which is something I really plan to advocate for. Anything like that has to go to this special commission first to see if it needs to go further, but it would turn on a criminal basis. And Roxanne Paul would want to be remembered for empowering and motivating women police and other police officers.
All right, we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to be joined by Ravel Sampson. Just give us a little idea. I know is it SRP, is that correct?
Yes, Miss Sampson is an SRP. She's a supporter of Voices in Blue. She was actually going to be the SRP rep until we would have determined that it was unlawful to have an SRP rep and a municipal rep. So she has been an SRP for the past 18 years, and she would advocate for the issues surrounding the SRPs. Might I also say that our campaign manager, WPC Abraham, she is also an SRP, and she has been there with us right through, relentlessly, tirelessly, dealing with the campaign, setting up appointments, and working towards SRPs being recognized and being able to be encompassed in the association as well.
All right. We'll talk to her as soon as we get back. Take a short break, folks. Don't go anywhere. We're talking to the VIB, Voices in Blue, Representative Roxanne Paul, and we're going to be joined by Ms. Ravel Sampson as soon as we get back. We'll be right back.
The Excel brand delivers quality service. I would recommend Omega Excel to everyone.
Take care of yourself, take care of your health with Omega Excel. If Omega Excel works for me, it will work for you.
Over a period of time, I started feeling stronger in my knee where I could add more pressure.
Husqvarna, a global leader in outdoor power equipment, known for its high performance, durable and innovative products, tested and proven by generations of professionals. Full after sales and service support whenever you need it. Contact Provar Distributors Limited, 223-9438 to find a dealer near you.
Oh gosh, this place hot. And the AC in this car not working.
Check Ryan Air. Ryan Air is ranked among the best in TNT for auto air conditioning service. They specialize in repairing and servicing all makes and models of vehicles and heavy equipment. They also stock a wide range of parts. Give them a call at 640-5828 or visit them at number 41 Kane Farm Road, Tacarigua, or email ryanairac@gmail.com. For prompt and efficient service, look no further than Ryan Air.
And we're back. Thank you so much, Master Control. And joining us in this conversation is Ms. Ravel Sampson, who is a SRP. Pleasant good evening and welcome right live on The Observer, Ms. Sampson. And of course, we do have on the other line as well, Ms. Roxanne Paul, representing Team VIB. Good evening to you.
A pleasant good evening, Mr. Mickie, and good day to all the listeners. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Now, you of course were to represent the SRPs, but however, it has been said that the association couldn't represent the SRPs, although you also have a campaign manager that's an SRP, and you know, I mean, how do you feel about the fact that your positions have been sidelined?
Honestly speaking, I don't feel anyway. I feel happy to the fact that Voices in Blue would have enlightened me regarding to the law that I had no knowledge about prior. So it's like a sense of relief that I am actually doing something lawfully by stepping aside and not feeling any way about it.
I mean, you are always there, of course, you know, to be out in the line of duty, to serve. You have the same level of commitment and dedication. Do you think that this is a fair policy?
Well, it wouldn't be my choice to say if it's fair or not. I have to remember that I have to do what the law says because I am a law enforcement officer. And regardless of my feelings, I have to follow the law.
All right. Now, if you had given that, if you were given that opportunity, let's say that, you know, that you had gotten over this hurdle and that you were been able to participate, what are some of the things that you would have liked to see implemented?
I would have liked to see a proper implementation when it comes to like salaries, like a digitalized system, because as it stands, you know, SRPs deal with like duty sheets, I think that that system has since been outdated. There are a lot of other things, including pension and gratuity for SRPs, a promotion system, timely payments of extra tolls, and there's a lot more.
But there must have been some low-hanging fruits that you believe that could have been changed a long time ago if there was that will to make that change. We just heard Ms. Paul saying that one of the things that she would make sure to put in place is a policy when dealing with sexual harassment. And I think that's only fair. It's 2025, and if there's no policy there to protect the women in the rank and file of the service, one would have to question then who's coming up with these things? Who's coming up with many of these things that are being drafted and not looking at the fact that women have made so much advancement, even in the crime-fighting situation. What say you on the fact that there's no sort of policy to protect for sexual harassment?
I actually agree with what Ms. Paul would have stated, and I endorse it because it's something that needs to be implemented. And I would say not only for women police, but also for male officers as well.
What would you say is one of the biggest challenges for the SRPs? Again, you're not allowed to participate, but if you had to come forward and make that an issue, what would be the major issue?
My major issue would have been working on the pension and gratuity. That is something that I think is needed, because when you look at, we have officers working 15 years, 20 years, and at the end of it, when they go home, they have nothing to go home with.
Yeah.
That is a major issue at times.
Definitely. It makes you wonder exactly if it's even worth it at the end of it all.
Exactly.
Yeah. Any closing comments? Go right ahead.
Well, all I can say is that I just want, the membership of the association, regular police officers, SRPs, I want everyone to, at least don't feel down. The proceedings is going to be completed as soon as possible. And after we get over this hurdle, we are going to try to work with whoever is there, whoever is elected, because Voices in Blue is not really behind power. What we would like to do is the right thing, regardless of whoever sits in the executive seat.
I agree with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Paul, any closing comments?
Not at this time, Mr. Mickie K. We just await Tuesday to see what's going to happen at the moment.
Yeah, and we're not going to drop this issue. So come Tuesday, I hope that things rule in your favor, and I really and truly do hope that you can get this association in order and put it where it needs to be. And most importantly, that of course is in the interest of the rank and file of the officers who work hard every day, putting their lives on the line to protect the citizenry. It makes you wonder why something like this could be in so much of a chaos just from the outside looking in, when all of this could have been avoided. There's more questions than answers, and again, there has to be some form of accountability moving forward.
That's right. That's right, Mr. Mickie K. And that's all it is about. Voices in Blue are campaigning on transparency, integrity, and we are a team advocating for the voices that are unheard.
And I want to tip my hat off to you again, because this level of courage is not something that we see on a daily basis. Many issues that you spoke about, sexual harassment, is sometimes deemed taboo, and it's something that one is never, of course, should I say, it's endorsed, or should I say it's approved, or even given the encouragement to make such a statement. I'm certain that people who are viewing are saying, my gosh, there's no policy for that, and then I can't believe that she said that. So I want to tip my hat off to you, honestly and truly, because I always believe that, there's a difference when it comes to change. People who make history, it's not the folks who say that's the way things are going to be, but it's the people who stand up and say, this is the way things are no longer going to function. And it's no longer going to be the way that it is. So again, I applaud you. for your courageous act. And again, I hope things work out, not just for yourself, but for all the stakeholders involved.
Yes, Mr. Mickie. However, with the sexual harassment policies, that has to be law drafted. So since we have a female prime minister and a female president of Trinidad and Tobago, I hope that this is one of the things that is going to be priority. It's not just in the police service, it's in the laws of the land.
I hope you get the encouragement. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
It's been a pleasure.
Have a good evening.
Take a short break. When we come back, we'll be speaking to one of our other guests. We'll be right back.
The Excel brand delivers quality service.
I would recommend Omega Excel to everyone. Take care of yourself, take care of your health. It's Omega Excel. If Omega Excel works for me, it will work for you.
Over a period of time, I started feeling stronger in my knee where I could add more pressure.
Oh gosh, this place hot. And the AC in this car not working.
Check Ryan Air. Ryan Air is ranked among the best in TNT for auto air conditioning service. They specialize in repairing and servicing all makes and models of vehicles and heavy equipment. They also stock a wide range of parts. Give them a call at 640-5828 or visit them at number 41 King Farm Road, Tacarigua, or email ryanairac@gmail.com. For prompt and efficient service, look no further than Ryan Air. Husqvarna, a global leader in outdoor power equipment, known for its high performance, durable and innovative products, tested and proven by generations of professionals. Full after sales and service support whenever you need it. Contact Provar Distributors Limited, 223-9438 to find a dealer near you. When you say TNT's construction boss, then there's only one company, Lacroix Construction Services Limited, specializing in general construction, industrial maintenance, manpower resources, transportation and lifting, and equipment rental, excavators, bulldozers, dump trucks, lighting systems, and everything for your project. We have affordable prices. Call now, 267-0000 or 431-0012. Lacroix Construction Services Limited, TNT's construction boss. For all top quality and affordable hardware supplies, no one beats Midland Hardware, located number 97 Eastern Main Road, Aruca. Midland stocks the #1 brands in hand tools, garden tools, water tanks, power washers, generators, water pumps, kitchen and bathroom faucets, along with face basins and toilet sets, blocks, lumber, steel, sand, gravel, and topsoil. Also check out Midland for steel windows and assorted designs of metal curtain rods. Everything for home and business projects. Payments via links, credit cards, online payments, or cash on delivery. WhatsApp 327-7761 or call 646-2144. Open every day from 8 a.m. From foundation to finish, it's all at Midland.
Limiting chronic inflammation is important for so many conditions that occur.
I had a lot of pain 4 years ago.
I used to have pain in my knees and my hip.
Taking it for arthritis.
Omega Excel saved my life.
Then I started to realize, well, hey, I could use my hands, I don't have any pain.
All in all, I am pleased to say that the Omega Excel has worked.
Oh gosh, this place hot. And the AC in this car not working.
Check Ryan Air. Ryan Air is ranked among the best in TNT for auto air conditioning service. They specialize in repairing and servicing all makes and models of vehicles and heavy equipment. They also stock a wide range of parts. Give them a call at 640-5828 or visit them at number 41 King Farm Road, Tacarigua, or email ryanairac@gmail.com. For prompt and efficient service, look no further than Ryan Air.
And we're back. Thank you so much, Master Control. And joining us is a gentleman who's no stranger to the Observer. Haven't spoken to him, of course, since he has been made our education minister here. Let me say a pleasant good evening to Dr. Michael Dowlatt. Good evening, sir.
Hi, Mickie. Good evening, and good evening to all your listening viewers, those online especially.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure, of course, having you on this evening. Hope all is well. I must say you have been working hard, so hats off to you.
Thank you, Mickie. We've been working with a plan as outlined in the UNC manifesto. We have taken all of the objectives that were aligned with education, and we have picked out those 61 objectives, and we're working systematically. We started with a 100-day plan, and we're moving forward.
Now, of course, we just had the C exam, and you did, of course, reintroduce the public announcement of the top performing students in the SCA. You made it quite clear that the administration is based on the fact of meritocracy, and you want to recognize excellence. Why was this important?
One of the things is that in all systems, whether you are preparing to enter the Olympics or any other kind of adventure like that, there are standards that you have to aim for, and international standards. And so, you know, when you look at the program we had on Friday at the Ministry of Education, and you listen to those 5 young people, graduates of their schools, and one of them was a Hope School, so it's 4 from schools, public schools. You realize that you can learn a lot from those who excel, and their values and their strategies and things like that. And if that is hidden from the public and from those who are coming after, Mickie, it puts you at a disadvantage. It's good to hear from those and to be inspired by those who have succeeded and excelled.
And I agree with you. And I think that, you know, sharing that plan, of course, should inspire others to understand, because you're hearing it clearly from your peers. And then so you have a better understanding of what you would have to commit to, what you have to dedicate to, rather than just not having anything said. The former minister, of course, believed that the announcement of these top performers had a negative impact on students and created an unhealthy competitiveness and pressure.
Mickie, one of the things you have to look at in any system is how you can meet the needs of all of the stakeholders, the parents, the students. And what I would say to you is that parents have been asking for this. For us, as we were out on the campaign trail and over the years, because it allows them to understand that there are those students who act as role models for the others. And on Friday, those young people presented what was the best practice. But one of the things too is that as we look forward, we are looking forward to reform the system of assessment at the primary school level. And that is something where we realize from the statistics that of the 17,870 students who wrote the SCA, only 11,827 students, or 66.18% of them, scored 50% and above. So it means, therefore, that we have to be data-driven. We have to look and to analyze. And the more information we can give our parents and our students and our teachers, principals and administrators, the better they will be able to navigate primary school education and achieve success.
Yeah, give me that percentage again. Is it 66.18%
of the students who wrote the 2025 SCA exams, or 17,827 students out of 17,870 scored 50% and above.
So we have some work to do.
And that's why, Mickie K, we are in the process of developing targeted interventions, especially for those students who are in the category of 50% and below. The previous administration would have had a vacation remedial program that focused on students scoring under 30%, and that was primarily delivered during the July-August vacation. But that was a short-term kind of intervention. And so we are introducing a more comprehensive and sustained support framework, targeting all students below 50%.
You know, one of the things that stood out here is that you said that there were improvements in mathematics and English language arts, but a decrease in English language writing. And I have to ask you, how much has the texting has affected that? I mean, because when you look at what is the in thing when it comes to texting, sending a message, of course, that's not the best of grammar that is being used. There are many shortcuts, many abbreviations, many symbols and what have you. Are young people losing that sense of how to properly express themselves when it comes to writing the English language?
It may have an effect, Mickie K, but one of the things is that you realize that we move easily from the vernacular to standard English when we have to write and things like that.
Right.
But the important thing is this, you are right in looking at, is it that we are teaching well in terms of the whole holistic approach to students expressing themselves. And sometimes when you teach just an exam, students will learn off all of those, how you call them, those essays and topics that, you know, others may have written and would have gotten top marks in. So it becomes more assessment driven rather than learning the language to be able to express yourself, express your critical thinking ability and your problem solving ability.
Yeah, you indicated that there's a learning gap that all specialist educators and other stakeholders will start to analyze so they can ensure the curriculum is tweaked before the new academic year. And this is something I think should have been introduced. I believe it was there between the years of 2010-2015. The role that many of these specialist educators play in preparing these young students to have a better understanding of the curriculum. This, of course, according to what you're saying, is going to be reintroduced, and it's very important indeed.
Yes, definitely, Mickie K. One of the things that we're going to do is we're going to give transition support, especially for Form 1 students. From the SSSD department and the schools, we're going to develop those orientation and adjustment programs for them to understand the level of the work that has to be done at the secondary school. And with the reintroduction of laptops, we are looking at curriculum adaptation and the technology being integrated to deliver customized instructional strategies. And so we have been working with the curriculum officers to ensure now with the reintroduction of the laptop program that maximum use will be made within the classroom of allowing the curriculum to be more readily accessible, you know, learning materials and students being able to get information and use that to build their knowledge base.
You know, one of the young of the top performance said that he learned during the journey was that success will come to all who yearn for it, as he recalled years of early mornings and SEA practice tests. Friends and family inspired him to, you know, to persevere even when times are tough, and this, he says, he's eternally grateful. You know, Can we get back to that point? I mean, as far as where it takes a village to raise a child, I mean, that saying has been bandied about for quite some time. But even as a child, for me, the neighbors were involved, the people who were around, you know, they were all involved. And I think people had an understanding that if young people, if that time is invested, and we try our best to see how we can strengthen the weaknesses that they may have, it reflects on a better Trinidad and Tobago altogether. Can we get to that point where people understand what it means that when our young students, of course, are triumphant in these exams?
You're perfectly right, Mikey K. And one of the things we're looking at is really increased parental engagement. You know, expanding the parental program. So it's not just the village, but the parents who have the legal and moral, ethical responsibility to take care of these students. We want to have programs in crisis management and counseling. We want our SSSD division to do more home visits and to understand the situations at home. We want to also address the out-of-school barriers. You spoke about texting and things like that, but you realize that social media has a great pressure on young people to conform to what they see outside of school. And in the school too, we are taking a more focused approach to teacher professional development, because one of the things we realize is that formative assessment, which is the approach where every week or every month you have assessments and you use those to change your teaching strategies. So outside of school, inside of the system, we are looking at reforming our approach to educating the young people, and we intend to be data-driven in our decision making. Soon we will share the results of in 2024. There was a school climate survey that had, teams like they looked at mental health issues, they looked at bullying and things like that. So right now, we are looking at that data, Mikey K, in terms of how now we could review our school code of conduct and discipline matrix. So within the school system, and you're perfectly right, outside of the school, there's a responsibility for the village, for the neighbors, the relatives, for the community groups, for NGOs to play a significant role, and I totally agree with you there.
No, I like, of course, the part where you talk about visiting the homes and making an assessment and what have you. You know, all of this information, of course, is vital when putting together these programs. And I must applaud you and the ministry and all the stakeholders who are going to put forward these plans. So again, hats off to you. And the message from the Prime Minister, of course, is that students, that the exam results do not define their worth. She says what truly matters is your determination to grow, your willingness to learn, and your belief in yourself. Now, as true as it is, again, some of it depends on the environment. As they say, we are products of the environment that we are and where we come from. And there are many parents and many individuals who may not understand that and see it as the way it is. They believe that these young students are defined by their results and not of the fact that there's still time to inspire them to grow and, of course, see their full potential. So how do you get that balance? How do you come about to try and see how best you can bring about people to understand that the language that they may use, and you hear it from some parents, the child is this and the child is that, and you sort of blacklisting the child when it comes to their educational endeavors. How do you get them to understand that that language is not appropriate and does nothing for the development of the child?
Right, and as I said earlier, we have a significant trust in developing parental education programs so that we could all speak that common language, so that the rules of the school will also be the rules at home. And the more congruence you get with that, the better we will be able to have a student, a child who understands that, you have the support of the parents, you have the support of the school, and they are on the same page Sometimes the school may have certain rules and strict rules, and if when the child goes at home, those rules are relaxed and there's no follow-up. So as I indicated before, and as you would have realized, parental support and guardians and those who take care of children out of school, they have to come on board to really support us being able to achieve the success of the students.
And you're right, they really do need to come on board. When you look at what is being said, nearly 2,000 students were suspended in a single school term during the 2021-2022 academic year. And it's a startling indicator of rising discipline challenges in our education system. I mean, we even had a prime minister in the heights of the global pandemic that said that 2,000 plus had fell through the cracks, as though it was some, collateral damage. And that says quite a lot. Again, the language, you're seeing it for yourself. People share the videos. You see the fights where students even get involved in fighting with the teachers, and it's a breakdown when you look at what is going on. How does one arrest this situation?
So, Mickie, one of the things we are looking at, as I indicated before, in terms of our review of our discipline matrix and things like that, but we're looking closely at the support for our students, that's social and also the emotional support. Our school climate survey indicated, and something we'll release soon, in terms of the information we've gathered from over, I think it's about 9,000 students surveyed. There seems to be a link with chronic absenteeism of students. And that's one of the things we want to start doing quickly in the school system, to flag those students with repeated or unexcused absences. And so that's where we're going to use the technology. And we will assign a school staff member to follow up on those patterns with those students. What we have found is that, well, of course, because of illness and sometimes because of injury, but sometimes in some cases, the students have no money to get transport to come to school and things like that. So that is something that we have to pay. Some of them just don't feel like coming because when they come to school, they're not motivated, they're not engaged. So that's why we have to look at how we teach and the retraining of our teachers to engage students emotionally in the learning experience.
Yeah, you're right. When you look at these figures, I mean, when you look at some of these serious breaches, such as, they spoke of gambling, possession of drugs and alcohol, robbery, extortion, the bullying, as well as disruptive conduct and inappropriate behavior. If a student isn't motivated, he or she is not going to sit in a class and be attentive as to what's going on with the curriculum. They're going to do whatever it takes to, try to disrupt things, and that in itself becomes a challenge.
Yes, I remember when I was a student in Form 1, I loved to go to school to play football before school with my friends.
Yeah.
You have to find what motivates them. And you mentioned bullying and things like that. What we realize that bullying is a significant problem in our schools, and it's commonly related to things like the clothing that students wear, the physical appearance, sometimes their nationality, sometimes even their disabilities. And so sometimes, the way in which we bring up our children, they don't learn respect for those who have learning disabilities and physical disabilities and those kinds of things. And within recent times, when you spoke about texting and things like that on social media, we realized that there's an increase in cyberbullying too.
So true. And getting into the ministry, of course, from day one, what jumped out at you most that, made you say to yourself, listen, there needs to be something done to fix this current system?
One of the first things I realized, it's the standards that we've been upholding. Like, say, for example, at the SEA level, you talk about the students who are under 30%. You talk about at the CXC level, CSEC level, students just making 5 subjects. But, the Prime Minister was right that an exam doesn't really define who you are. And so, therefore, together with the team at the ministry, I started to look at how we could better describe a child, that ideal graduate, who is much more than an exam score. You know, if I make 50%, does that mean I represent who I am? I'm more than that. I have talent. I am good in drama. I'm good in music. I'm good in sports. You know, I'm a caring individual. I am socially responsible. I look out for my friends. I'm a member of this cult group, the Girl Guides, and we've learned certain values there. And so recording of those descriptors, of those characteristics are very important. You know, for too long, we've just used the academic lenses to define our students.
Yeah, and you're right, and those changes. Closing comments, go right ahead.
Yeah, I want to say that as we move forward, I'm looking forward to all stakeholders coming on board, especially our parents. We're working very closely with what exists at the ministry, but also with government policy. And I especially want to thank our Prime Minister for giving us guidance in critical areas, taking a very serious approach to school discipline to ensure that those students and parents who are serious about their education, that they have a safe and secure environment for teaching and learning to take place and for them to be able to achieve their dreams and to move on. So, Mickie, I want to say, as we go forward in education, we are looking inwards at the ministry, and we're also looking outwards, as you said, for the village to help us raise those children, for all of those stakeholders. Now the word we use would be stakeholders. All right.
Thank you so much for taking time out and, of course, linking with us here this evening. We'll be calling upon you again as things develop. Hats off to you and your entire team. Keep up the good work.
Thank you so much, Mickie.
Thank you, Joe. Great. Take a short break. We'll be right back.
The Excel brand delivers quality service. I would recommend Omega Excel to everyone.
Take care of yourself, take care of your health. It's Omega Excel. If Omega Excel works for me, it will work for you.
Over a period of time, I started feeling stronger in my knee where I could add more pressure.
For all top quality and affordable hardware supplies, no one beats Mitlin Hardware. Located number 97 Eastern Main Road, Arouca. Mitlin stocks the #1 brands in hand tools, garden tools, water taps, power washers, generators, water pumps, kitchen and bathroom faucets, along with face basins and toilet sets, blocks, lumber, steel, sand, gravel and topsoil. Also check out Mitlin for steel windows and assorted designs of metal curtain rods. Everything for home and business projects. Payments via links, credit cards, online payments, or cash on delivery. WhatsApp 327-7761 or call 646-2144. Open every day from 8 a.m. From foundation to finish, it's all at Mitlin. Husqvarna, a global leader in outdoor power equipment, known for its high performance, durable and innovative products, tested and proven by generations of professionals. Full after sales and service support whenever you need it. Contact Provar Distributors Limited, 223-9438 to find a dealer near you.
Oh gosh, this place hot. And AC in this car not working.
Check Ryan Air. Ryan Air is ranked among the best in TNT for auto air conditioning service. They specialize in repairing and servicing all makes and models of vehicles and heavy equipment. They also stock a wide range of parts. Give them a call at 640-5828 or visit them at number 41 Cane Farm Road, Tacarigua, or email ryanairac@gmail.com. For prompt and efficient service, look no further than Ryan Air. When you say TNT's construction boss, then there's only one company, Lacroix Construction Services Limited, specializing in general construction, industrial maintenance, manpower resources, transportation and lifting, and equipment rental, excavators, bulldozers, dump trucks, lighting systems, and everything for your project. We have affordable prices. Call now, 267-0000 or 431-0012. Lacroix Construction Services Limited, TNT's construction boss.
Limiting chronic inflammation is important for so many conditions that occur.
I had a lot of pain 4 years ago.
I used to have pain in my knees, in my hip.
Taking it for arthritis.
Omega XL saved my life.
Then I started to realize, but hey, I could use my hands, I don't have any pain.
All in all, I am pleased to say that the Omega XL has worked.
And we are back. Thank you so much, Master Control. And of course, you heard from Dr. Michael Dolat, our Education Minister. Quite interesting. As we shift gears a bit, we're talking to a man who is no stranger to the Observer, always here to give us an insight on what's going on from his perspective. And of course, you can check out his writings. You know I'm talking about veteran journalist Ken Alley. Good evening to you, Mr. Alley.
Good evening to you, Mikey, and your many viewers and listeners.
Thank you. It has been quite a week indeed. I know you were, if not participating, you were observing, and many good writings that you have brought about. First of all, we want to send condolences to the family of Dr. Hans Hanumansing, a man who definitely was an icon in the sort of work that myself and you do and others. And he was quite a trailblazer, looking at some of the work that he has done, not just here, but across the region and internationally as well. So condolences. I know you wrote something on it, Hans' final project. What sort of effect did he have on your life?
I would say a major impact, a major positive impact. He was a role model and a mentor, and in many fields. I first heard of him as a young man, like many others, as a broadcaster, and he came from that golden era of great broadcasters, Leo de Leon and Redhead and David Elcock and so many others. Outstanding with his cadence, his voice and intonations and so on. But at age, in his mid-20s, he was elected a member of parliament. Yes. In 1966, and he came in that era of Williams and Capileo and so on. He was extremely lucid down to the end of his life, and I exchanged with him quite a lot, and he had a lot of memories, and he was a storehouse of history. But in between all of that, he did quite a lot of other things. I mean, quite a lot of varied. He had a great work ethic. He was unrelenting with his work, and among the many things he did was start a radio station that was committed to unifying the country. He was head of the National Council of Indian Culture, which started the Diwali Nagar, which is a tremendous project 38 years ago. He was involved in, as I said, broadcasting and the arts generally, and so on. He was a man of all seasons, and he had a vision for uniting the country. He was seen as a political figure, a public affairs figure, somebody in culture, in the media, and so on. And I don't know of anybody else who wears all those hats and wear them with the capacity and the competence he had, and it remained grounded and simple. I really know of nobody else. So Hans Hanumansing was singular in Trinidad and Tobago's post-independence era. He made an immeasurable contribution to us in so many fields, interviewing so many people. And we had lengthy discussions, and he would remember so many aspects of the country and pioneers, whether in agriculture, in manufacturing, in media, in the arts and culture. He was extremely knowledgeable. It's the kind of person who really should have been put in a university hall just to lecture and to field questions from students. He has made a tremendous contribution. I hope the country honors him posthumously with the country's highest award.
I agree with you 100%. And I think one word says it all. I had a chance to meet him several times, and humility stands out the most. I think of very humble. Very humble.
Very humble.
Very
almost
humble.
Untouched in the manner in which he carried himself and so on. Yeah, a wonderful human being, a tremendous human being, an asset to humanity.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of people don't know, but he had quite a sense of humor as well, huh?
He did, yes, yeah. And he had a great sense of recall. I remember until a few months ago, he's telling me various things about the politics of that era and so on. For example, an anecdote he told me as Member of Parliament for Caroni East, he was not at a function at which the then Prime Minister, Dr. Williams, attended in his constituency, hosted by a corporate firm. And he said the Prime Minister asked, where is the Member of Parliament? And they said, well, he's not here. He said, I will not continue until the Member of Parliament is here. And all of those things give us a different insight into our leaders of that era and so on. So they quickly found Mr. Hanuman Singh at the function, and Dr. Williams went ahead with it. He spoke a lot about Dr. Kapil Dev. He was very disappointed that Kapil Dev had forsaken what was then the DLP party, and he stayed in London and so on. And he remembered so much of what took place in those formative years of the country, and in all, as I was stating, in so many different fields, whether it was media. He was involved in what was then AM radio, 610 AM, where he did these wonderful programs. He later did a series of interviews of pioneering people in various fields and so on. He really was a man of all seasons, a man for the ages, a singular person in our history.
Yes, and he will be missed, definitely,
yeah,
his
for
contribution. Sure. Of course, and the other big story, you wrote The Mood Over Moody, which I thought was very, very interesting. You said the controversies, there are at least 3 competing narratives, are particularly disturbing. And the point here is, having emerged shortly after a huge chunk of the nation united in a common political cause. You know, we hear, of course, that line from David Rudder, you know, how we vote is not how we party. And, you know, we did unite. People said, listen, these are the issues. We want these issues addressed. We believe that this is the best political choice that we have to move the country forward. And then when the dust settles and we have something of a visit of a man who's looked upon as a game changer globally, you start to hear these pockets of narratives that are not complementary nor pleasing to our society and our social structure. Why is that?
Yes, and it shows how close the issues of ethnicity and religious division to our skin, how much that blood runs thick in our skin. And it was most regrettable. First, let me deal with those 2 negatives. One is the ethnicity issue. Some people had an issue that really doesn't explain itself about this Indian leader coming to Trinidad, and I'll dissect that thing about the Indian leader in a while. And then there was the religious aspect with some Islamic worshippers. Now, as I wrote and as I've said, and the evidence is clear, Mr. Modi is a transformative leader, but he is a flawed leader also. There are these issues of aggression with respect to some members of the Islamic community that have also led to deaths and conflicts and deaths and so on. Those things can't be wished away, and that is a reality. But the other thing about Mr. Modi, which we have to acknowledge, he leads 1/8 of humanity. He runs a country of $1.4 billion, 1.4 billion people. He's a transformative leader any way you look at it. Over the past decade of his national leadership, he has taken 250 million people out of poverty. That's an entire country. Yeah. He has transformed the country. This is a country that he has landed a machine and equipment on the moon, and he spoke in Trinidad and Tobago about landing people on the moon, in which they are leaders in pharmaceuticals. They're called the pharmacy of the world. They're leaders in agriculture and agro-commerce. They are leaders in IT. He spoke about the extent of IT in India. And when we say leaders, they're dominant leaders. They have great scientists. They have great leaders in every section. They're great entrepreneurs and so on. India has just surpassed Japan to become the fourth largest economy in the world, and within a decade, it's likely to become the third largest economy. That is a country that in 1947 got independence. That is a country that was subjugated for hundreds of years by the British colonial masters, and has moved itself since the Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru era to become what it has become. Of course, there are many people suffering on the streets. There's a lot of poverty, there's a vast population. There are a lot of issues. Social change is not easy to take place in such a vast community, but he has transformed the infrastructure. If anybody has gone to India in recent times, they would see how modern the infrastructure is, the number of schools and highways and so on. And so India is a country in a hurry, and he has done a marvelous job there. To think that that has impacted some people in terms of the ethnicity is very sad. He's a leader of the developing country. They used to call him the third world, and he is highly regarded. He's right now at the BRICS conference in Brazil. That's the conference of Brazil, Russia, India, and China. Right. Those are the dominant countries in the developing world. He is widely heralded as a leader. Before he came to Trinidad, he was in Ghana, where he got the country's highest award. He is revered. When he went to New Zealand last year, the Prime Minister said, "This is a rock star." He's extraordinarily well loved, and he is an extremely transformative leader. And we in Little Trinidad and Tobago should acknowledge that. If he extends the hand of cooperation that he has promised, and I'm sure he will, he could help in transforming us in terms of investment, in terms of commerce, manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, agriculture, education. You know, the Indian Institute of Technology is better graded than the MIT in the US, and so on and so forth. We could go on and on with the accomplishments that are taking place in India. And we must acknowledge that. We are two little islands here that used to be the top country attracting investments in the Caribbean. I said that a United Nations agency has said we're now the only CARICOM country where more investors are fleeing us than coming to us. Now, a lot of that has to do with the natural gas depletion and so on. But we need investors, Mikey. We need investors, as the saying goes, like yesterday. And having him knock on our door and open the doors to us could only be tremendous news for us.
Is it that we lack that social maturity not to understand that, you know, here it is, an opportunity has landed on our shores where all of us as citizens would be able to benefit from and perhaps take advantage of what is being offered? Instead, you have those who seek to divide and play that race card for whatever reason. I mean, is it to gain political traction, or what else could it be?
Yes, it has to be, you know, there is a lot of prejudice still in this society. The competition for political power remains very keen among East Indians and Africans in the country, which is highly regrettable, and it transfers into various aspects of life. And because of that, people see things through these narrow ethnic lenses, and it shows a lack of knowledge, ignorance by many people who are unwilling to educate themselves and to transform themselves into acknowledging how the world has changed. So the old prejudices, some people kept with them through the years. Some politicians fan those things. And to be also fair, Mikey, there are some people on the fringes, and I wrote that too, must not see this as a triumphalism for East Indians and for Hindus. This is not what it is. Now, having said that, he evokes emotions among the Indian diaspora wherever he goes. And that is understandable. Many years ago, 180 years ago, 6 generations ago, in the indentureship and so on. And that is a reality of life we must deal with. In the same way, you know, I've been wrapping my brain around that. If we have leaders from West Africa come here, you must expect the measure of emotion and sentiment and reflection on what took place all those years with respect to chattel slavery and so on. That is expected. So there'd be some of that, and did some people probably go too far? Yes, I'm sure they did. But everywhere Mr. Modi goes, he addresses the diaspora. And to show how far the diaspora has reached You know, he went to Latin America after here, and he met the diaspora in Argentina. And everywhere he goes, there's a country of 1.4 billion people. There's a Indian diaspora in Ghana, in Australia, well, of course, in the U.S., and every part of the world. So there's a great emotion that springs among many people. And I'm sure some people went on the fringes in terms of the possibility of conduct and maybe the language and the social media posts and so on. But most people, the good thing about it is most people understands the tremendous value he brings. I think the country is maturing, too slowly though, but maturing, and the tremendous value of India shining a light on little Trinidad and Tobago offers us tremendous potential for growth. Mikey, I think growing from this, if the local administration takes it up, as I anticipate they will, we will see investments coming in, we will see a transfer of technology, we will see advantages for our students, we will see a tremendous transformation here that could take place in very quick time, and which we need in healthcare, for example, in modernizing us in terms of technology. AI is something that has advanced so quickly, and India is a world leader in that, and so on and so forth. Tourism, including medical tourism, and so on. I could go on and on, Mikey. There are tremendous benefits that various countries around the world, including the U.S., which has the world's largest economy, are seeing the advantages of. And that is why he is accorded the tremendous status and honor he's been accorded by the BRIC countries. He is now in Brazil, where he is a huge star, and he has been meeting the president of various countries there who are attending the conference. And today he met the president of Zimbabwe, and so on. So the development world has a lot of time for him. You remember the kindness he showed with respect to the COVID-19 vaccines and so on. So India has tremendous capacity, and if you listen to him intently in the speeches he gave in Trinidad, especially the one in the parliament, he indicated he wants to be of a kind assistance in so many fields. I think only good could materialize from this.
I agree with you, and I hope that we, as you said, the wheels are turning slowly when it comes to that social maturity that we seem to lack on many of these issues, but we are getting there. And what do you, from your perspective, the younger generation, do you find that there's a lot more flexibility in understanding, perhaps having some exposure to things, whether be on the internet or whatever, that their entire mindset is different?
Yeah, I think so, to a large extent. Gen Z and these new generations. Yes, I think so. I think it has to do with maturity, with education, with travel, and so on, looking at television and so on. I think the issue of race is dying, but much too slowly. A lot of people get prejudiced in the early years in school and so on. And there are pockets of prejudice, and there is this competition for power that sees nasty things being said, not necessarily publicly, although some is said on social media, but in quiet meetings and on the block and so on. And there's that, but I think there's great harmony among the young generation. I'm very optimistic. When you talk to the youths of today, and you see the social relations and so on, you see a society that is changing. What is required is the leadership, and I don't think we had that leadership, that visionary leadership for the last 10 years. And I say that because in many fields we're talking here about India, and India had wanted to reach out to Trinidad, and these agreements were signed, and we never took advantage of it. A powerful man who accompanied Prime Minister Modi on this trip that the media didn't pay attention to is Dr. Jai Shankar, who is his external affairs minister, who's a powerful man, and he had come to the region several times, including Guyana, and they were offering a lot of measures for support, to support Trinidad and Tobago. And we never took advantage of those things. I don't know if we understood the capacity of what India could offer the Caribbean, and especially little Trinidad and Tobago. But I think we lost that impetus we could have had over the last 10 years, which would have helped us in all those areas I identified, in getting investments in Trinidad, in transforming the society, in diversifying away from energy, in pharmaceutical industry. We have, you and I have spoken several times about the monopoly in pharmaceutical pharmaceutical imports in this country, which is a crisis in itself. And so many agriculture has been in decline. Our food import bill is nearly 100% higher than it was 10 years ago, while 75,000 acres of former arable Caroli lands have been given out to build shopping malls and warehouses and all these kinds of things for fast food franchises and all of that. So I think we lacked the leadership over the last 10 years, and I think Mr. Modi's visit, especially at this time at the start of a new regime, should give us the opportunity to harmonize what this government has in mind with what India could offer, and all for the benefit of Trinidad and Tobago.
And I agree with you, and I think that's how you ended it, saying that it is a significant diplomatic and economic moment that could over time lead to an improvement in the quality of life for all in this land, which is currently stalked by hardship. Everyone involved must advocate that message. And I think that's what it's all about at the end of it all, that we as a people, we are able to improve our way of life. And not just now, but for generations to come.
Indeed.
Mr. Ali, I want to thank you. Any closing comments?
No, congratulations on the very good work you're doing. Continue doing your good work, giving voice to many people as possible. It'd be good to hear you even more often, because your interviews are highly relevant and very educational. So thanks to you for your very good work, and thanks for making some time for me.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Keep up the good work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Bye. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we speak to the PRO of the United National Congress, Dr. Kirk Mako, right here on The Observer.
The Excel brand delivers quality service. I would recommend Omega Excel to everyone.
Take care of yourself, take care of your health with Omega Excel. If Omega Excel works for me, it will work for you.
Over a period of time, I started feeling stronger in my knees. I could add more pressure.
For all top quality and affordable hardware supplies, no one beats Midland Hardware, located number 97 Eastern Main Road, Arouca. Midland stocks the #1 brands in hand tools, garden tools, water taps, power washers, generators, water pumps, kitchen and bathroom faucets, along with face basins and toilet sets, blocks, lumber, steel, sand, gravel and topsoil. Also check out Midland for steel windows and assorted designs of metal curtain rods. Everything for home and business projects. Payments via links, credit cards, online payments, or cash on delivery. WhatsApp 327-7761 or call 646-2144. Open every day from 8 a.m. From foundation to finish, it's all at Midland. Husqvarna, a global leader in outdoor power equipment, known for its high performance, durable and innovative products, tested and proven by generations of professionals. Full after sales and service support whenever you need it. Contact Provar Distributors Limited, 223-9438 to find a dealer near you.
Oh gosh, this place hot. And the AC in this car not working.
Check Ryan Air. Ryan Air is ranked among the best in TNT for auto air conditioning service. They specialize in repairing and servicing all makes and models of vehicles and heavy equipment. They also stock a wide range of parts. Give them a call at 640-5828 or visit them at number 41 Cane Farm Road, Tacarigua, or email ryanairac@gmail.com. For prompt and efficient service, look no further than Ryan Air. When you say TNT's construction boss, then there's only one company, Lacroix Construction Services Limited, specializing in general construction, industrial maintenance, manpower resources, transportation and lifting, and equipment rental, excavators, bulldozers, dump trucks, lighting systems, and everything for your project. We have affordable prices. Call now 267-0000 or 431-0012. Lacroix Construction Services Limited, TNT's construction boss. And we are back. Thank you so much, Master Control. Thank you so much. We're getting a little feedback there from
We say a pleasant good evening to UNC Public Relations Officer, Dr. Kugmego.
Hello, good evening.
Good
You and
evening.
your listeners.
Yes, it's a pleasure to have you on. I know it's been quite a week and a lot has taken place. And I just had Mr. Ken Ali on, veteran journalist, and he spoke about the passing of course, some of the media personnel that are no longer with us, and also on the issue of India's Prime Minister Modi's visit to our shores. Your takeaway from that, Dr. Megu, and of course he did thank us for the Order of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago as he received the honor in recognition of his legendary kindness and generosity toward this country. A lot was said, and of course comments were made, and I guess you may have heard some, but your main takeaway from that, please share with us.
Well, the important thing about that visit is to get Trinidad and Tobago back onto the world stage. It was came to the Caribbean. He went to Jamaica and then flew right over us to Guyana. That never would have happened before. Obama came here in 2009, if your listeners remember that.
Yes.
The Prime Minister's residence has a diplomatic center attached to it, which is a recent addition, because we had anticipated being a global center for world leaders and diplomats to come, and that especially came out of the two international conferences we hosted in 2009, and that is the Summit of the Americas, and also the Commonwealth Heads of Government. And we had Queen Elizabeth here, we had every head of state, Canada and Australia and Malaysia and Bangladesh and India, and with the Commonwealth and with the OAS, of the Summit of the Americas. We had all the Western Hemisphere, Canada, Mexico, Brazil, Argentina. I mean, we had everybody here, and we were really on the world map then. And then later, when Kamal Prasad Bisesa came, we had Xi Jinping. But under Keith Rowley, we had a drought. We did have a visit in 2019 of the Ghanaian Prime Minister, or President, sorry. He had that very, very curious gift of yam. There's so much more we could do in Ghana, but that was the takeaway from that, which was very, very, very strange. But we could have done much more, and we should do much more with Ghana and West Africa.
But I must ask, and I did ask, of course, Mr. Ken Ali, the same thing. Are the wheels turning slowly when it comes to us getting to that level of political maturity, of understanding that this sort of race baiting and ethnicity bashing is not taking us anywhere? I mean, we seem to be having a level of understanding from the younger generation, based on their travel and the fact that they're online and they're exposed to different things, and as things start to evolve. But as a people, one has to ask the question, is it that we are getting there, but we're getting there rather slowly?
Yeah, it's slowly, and then it also takes forward steps and backward steps. It's very, Prime Minister Modi met with Keith Rowley, not in Trinidad, and they were good meetings, reportedly. But the desperation and racism, unfortunately, of some PNM supporters, reared its ugly head, and it has not been eliminated. from the society, and we need to eliminate it. We need to get rid of that. It is absolutely unproductive in every sphere, nationally, internationally, and it's why we've been kept so backward for the, for what is it now? It's almost coming up to 70 years of independence now. It's terrible what it has done, because we should have been the Dubai of the Caribbean, the Singapore of the Caribbean, the Malta of the Caribbean. But now we are turning, unfortunately, rivaling Haiti in terms of gang activity and crime and deindustrialization. But we need to turn away from that type of thing. So I definitely agree with you.
Yeah, and then you have a former Attorney General, Faris Al-Wari, saying that this visit was rooted in the works and the all that the PNM has done. As far as now, we're seeing that Prime Minister Modi is here. But then when one looks back at what transpired in the heights of the pandemic, some very unkind words were said to the India High Commissioner on the issue of the vaccines.
That's right. It's a very childish lie told by Al-Rawi, and it's just doesn't. Nobody takes it seriously. I don't think anybody takes that seriously. It's foolishness, and they're out of power, and thank God, and hopefully they'll never come back again, because they really have set this country back. And I think even the CPEP contractors are ruining the fact that now, they've been betrayed by PNM lies again with this failed. Well, first of all, the illegal signing of the contract, and then the poppy show attempts to challenge the illegality, which has resulted in not only embarrassment, but CPEP is now going after those companies as well, because they may very well have been engaging in fraud. So Faris Al-Rawi is a complete disaster. He should have bowed out silently after his disgrace in South Fernando West, his disgrace as Attorney General, and now he's just facing new disgrace. But that man, I think, has an infinite capacity for abuse.
Okay. We see that the UNC's Monday night report is returning. There are many people who say, well, on both sides, you're hearing one saying, well, the election is over, the campaigning is over, it's time to get down to governing. And then, of course, there are those who are saying that, listen, the party needs to not lose the connection it has with the electorate, with the citizens, and most importantly, whatever needs to be said directly from the party, rather than depending on legacy media to bring forth the information, which many say is rather skewed and biased at times. What say you?
I say that both your opinions or both the statements you made are correct. It is time for governing, and it is time to connect with the people. And for people who believe that governing means you shut yourself off from the people, that is how you destroy a country. Because your governing should never, ever be shut off from the people. And so that is what we are doing. We are now getting down to government. That's what this Monday night forum is about. We need that interaction with the people. That is our lifeblood in the UNC. We are fueled not by access to the treasury like the PNM and power and blue lights and all that. It is fueled by the wants and desires and needs of the people. And we've been meeting them in the flesh every week, at least once a week for the past 10 years. And, that is our lifeblood, and we will not stop.
Yeah. What say you when people weigh in on it and say, look, listen, at some point in time, the narrative has to give way to the fact that, what is going on currently needs to improve quickly. There are those who say that things need to hurry up the process. What say you on that?
I understand. I personally have some impatience as well. We need to get things done, but you know, we are working. We are putting things in place. There are, you know, sometimes things may be moving more slowly than we would like, and we need to fix that when we see it. And by meeting the public at these meetings, we will get to hear the feedback, give our explanation, but also perhaps get more insight, get more ideas from people on how to make things better. Because we don't have all the answers. Right? Nobody has all the answers. Nobody should be arrogant enough, like the last administration. They believe they knew everything, and everybody else should just shut up. And if you said anything, you'd get buffed and so forth. That's not what we believe in New York City.
You know, when you look at it, there has been so much that has been done in such a short space of time. And I must commend you for highlighting it as well. There were promises made and promises that have been delivered. And I think that many times that those things are overshadowed by those who may have their own agenda. But there has been accomplishments. I think the Prime Minister has set the tone in the sense that all the hemorrhaging and all the wastage of taxpayers' funds has to come to an end. And it has to, of course, be used for what is in the interest of the people of this country. And what say you about that?
Yes, no, that's true. We've kept our campaign promises about the Children's Life Fund, about getting the Commissioner of Police appointed, and laptops for our children. So we've been working on, and I don't have the six offhand, but we do have 6 of our campaign promises. It's on our website. On the Facebook page, I should say. We have the graphics there and the information there. So we have been working on it. We have been doing it. And of course, there are a million things going on at once. There are people trying to distract, and there are critics. And all that is part of the process of government. But we have to remain focused. We have to remember what we have done and recognize that we still need to continue to work and not be thrown off our determination. And also promising to ensure that prime ministers do not get $1 million pensions for serving one day when they weren't even elected by their own party after they suspended internal elections. They're talking about Liz Truss in the UK and all sorts of other things. They were elected. Their party went through the proper process. This was a abuse of a loophole in the law where every week somebody could have resigned and then just appointed somebody else as prime minister. So the next week, that could have happened under the law as existed. And the PNM are always skilled at manipulating the law so that they can pocket the money for their friends, family, and financiers. But we've plugged that hole, and that's an important one.
Yeah, when looking at what's taking place, it's still at the discovery stage. Getting into the ministries, getting into the public offices, and hearing about all of these stories of wastage, and the fact that, again, which benefited many people, their friends, their family, and their finances. One has to ask, when this information is made public, do we now rely on the TTPS? Because we know that the ministers and, folks can go out there and make any arrests, as the case may be. When it's made public, do we then hope that the TTPS picks up what needs to be done and do their part?
Yeah, and also the DPP's office and the AG's office. Right? So the AG then makes an investigation, sends a file to the DPP, and the DPP will give the instructions to the police. So it is a process. We can't just go around doing mass arrests, even though some people are so vexed they would like that to be done. But, in a democracy where we respect the rule of law, that can't be done. But I understand the anger of people knowing for a fact that this sort of waste and theft and corruption has occurred. Democratic processes, can seem cumbersome, but it's there to guarantee the right and to make sure that cases don't collapse when you take it to court and we lose more money.
And finally, I know you've been asking for an apology from one of our mainstream dailies as you have come under attack unfairly. You have independent senators talking about allegations of being bullied, but yet still there seemed to be an attempt to bully you and to keep you silent.
That's correct. One senator, Senator Vera, has spoken out and insulted me personally. I didn't insult anybody. I didn't call anybody a bull in the china shop. I just pointed to his voting record. And if the truth offends him so much, well, when they say when something's falling in the yard. So that's exactly what happened. And of course, as the PNM playbook goes, because remember, Reginald Armour was his business partner. He got silk under Reginald Armour. It's just incredible the amount of conflicts this man has. But he is threatening to use the state against me. He thinks that criticizing him is a criminal act. It's ridiculous. And then the Guardian piling on, claiming that the Speaker, the President of the Senate, who did not mention me at all, they went to attack me, which is totally unfounded. I did not intimidate or coerce anybody. The senators themselves have said so. Even Winfred James, I see in The Guardian today, is basically agreeing with me and using the very same facts that I presented to the public. So what we are doing is we are putting the entire system under scrutiny here. And we have a lot to fix, and we've always known that. But we're doing it. There's going to be resistance. There's going to be pushback. We have to be ready for that, and we cannot be thrown off our game. And so we will continue moving forward.
All right. I want to thank you so much for taking time out, linking with us here. Any closing comments?
I just want to wish everybody a happy Sunday, and tomorrow come out to Pinal if you can. We look forward to seeing you, meeting you, greeting you. Come and say hi to me if you're there.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Keep up the good work.
All right. Take care. Bye.
And there you have it, folks. The UNC Public Relations Officer, Dr. Kirk Mago. Yeah, you can come out tomorrow. It's all about the UNC Monday Night Report returns to connect with the people and to give you, of course, the information that you want. I always believe in that. That's what we do here on The Observer. That's what we do on the Ground Report, Corridor Transformation, Douglas Politics. We, of course, give it to you that which you deserve. And not diluted, not watered down, not skewed, or with some hidden ulterior motive. Don't forget, folks, Strong Heart is an all-natural omega-7 supplement that has been shown in clinical studies to be associated with heart health by supporting healthy cholesterol and inflammation levels. And research has shown that increased blood levels of omega-7s is associated with healthy HDL, which is good cholesterol, and LDL bad cholesterol, and C-reactive protein. So, studies indicate that it supports overall heart health. So keep your love muscles strong with Heart XL. Pick up your bottle today. It's formulated with a proprietary purified omega-7 named palmitoleic acid. Very, very important, and it's going to help your heart. Hey, when we come back, we're taking your calls, 225-9790. If you want to call direct, 225-9790. If you want to send a WhatsApp call, if you want to call via WhatsApp, that's 494-0938, 494-0938. And before the night is over, you can get all the interviews. Just go to our website. That's right. We have a website now. We are growing. So just check out theobservertt.com, theobservertt.com. We are working, of course, on the gallery of products. So you'll have these t-shirts, you'll have shirts, you'll have hot sauce, you'll have so many things that you will be able to purchase. Let's take this call because this person is ready. Hello, good evening. Good evening, sir. Yes.
Mikey, let me tell you something. What you have been doing is human service to this country in terms of that you interviews and you're bringing it as is to get any information from the horse's mouth. And this is what people would like to hear rather than, speculation and this one commenting on that. But when they get it from the horse's mouth, but they feel more convinced and what have you. And we're coming back to the Monday night forum and what have you. To draw your attention to something. And I think the time has reached. And this government has to do a staggered transformational plan that we have to make sure that they make this do to make this country, and bring it to what the people expect and what they vote for you for. That is in terms of we have the police commissioner, newly appointed that is, to deal with the whole aspect of criminal element, the people who have been red flag for corruption and what have you, and what other thing, and there ought to be a thorough investigation into all of them. You see the Rohanson and that, and the next one, okay? And then when they done all these papers and the PTS and all this corruption, the time comes, all of them have to be investigated and drag them.
No, you're right. You're right, Tunapuna. It seems that every Monday morning, when one is expecting to hear some information out of a ministry as to what the agenda is going to be, I mean, we're hearing that, but it seems that it's being overshadowed by somebody who was selling pies in a car and all the money going here and the money going. I mean, these people really had a good time at our expense.
Yeah, Mikey, and in addition to that, that is one aspect of it with PTSD there. But then you have the other aspect of Rohanson and them with Caribbean Airlines and whatnot and what have you. Then you have the whole issue with the thing and then with the health sector and the corruption that has been taking place within the regional health authority and all these kind of things. Mikey, this country, Kamala Prasad is yes, sir. You have to take the unpopular decision and come what may, hard as ever thing. Because why I'm saying this to Mikey, I don't know if you read that article or if you listened to the news where Minister Jared Alaha,
Yeah.
with the bank thing.
I spoke about that on the ground report, yes.
Right? And he said that Alaha slams bank brutality complains about getting his own salary. Now the point I'm making, we need the Prime Minister to put somebody or a body to deal with these banks. It's serious business. This business cannot be getting filthy rich at the expense of poor people. Because each of these banks, they make a quarterly return of $300 million. That is normally what
And not only that, Tunapuna, they made ridiculous profits in the heights of a pandemic. Eh?
Yeah, and so that's tantamount of $1.2 billion. All these banks and then these charges and what are they? Imagine I went to Scotia Bank, Mike.
Yeah.
You hear me? Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
I went to Scotia Bank to get a bank statement. And know what they're telling you? You have to pay $30. You have to pay $30 to get a bank statement. And now then I'm showing you, all these banks are taking advantage and all these charges for you, if you're having your money in the bank, all these things for withdrawals and whatnot. It is ridiculous. In addition to set up a committee to deal with the bank, the Prime Minister also has to set up a committee to deal with the pharmaceutical end of industry.
Oh yeah.
The monopoly of them. And in addition to that too, they have to set up another committee to deal with the importers of food in this country, Mikey, because they're why these people and them, is really digging out the country eye. They're digging out the eye. The poor people could barely make it. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And if it is that we really want to get somewhere, we have to start from up there. We have to start from up there because then
No, you're right.
You just saw the financial intelligence, you did raise some wealth for us and say, but how much? $8-point-something billion under suspicious transactions and what have you. And I am saying all the banks and all these big conglomerates and all of them who are involved with that, together with some of the politicians of the last regime who have been involved in that, Mikey. And unless we put a death to that and see people going into jail, being locked up and whatnot, Mikey, we can't continue.
I agree with you. I agree with you. Thank you. Thank you. I agree with you 100%. Imagine asking a minister about source of funds. You're asking a minister, so what is it? What is your source of funds? Well, the government is not into laundering money. And I want to commend Mr. Alaha for raising that issue. He could have simply had his bad experience and go about his way, but he said, no, I want to share this with the people. I want people to understand. And listen, we could give you 1,000 and more horror stories within an hour period, because I'm certain that people who are watching this program have had their experiences with these banks. It's unbelievable. In the heights of a pandemic, these people were coming to your homes to drop off correspondence. They don't care who answered the door, who came to the gate. It could have been your daughter, your son, and say, listen, hey, and your credit card, your mortgage, your that. They had nothing set up. The Prime Minister at that time, Dr. Keith Rowley, never had a meeting with these individuals to say, listen, the citizens are under hardship right now. It's not easy. We're going through a pandemic. Because they made it quite clear that we're all in this together. We all of us going through this. No, it wasn't about that at all. Not the banks. No, there's no compassion. There's no understanding. Totally insensitive. They wanted their money regardless of what? Regardless of whether you were somewhere on a ward with respiratory problems, or the fact that you dropped off a loved one and you don't even know if you'll ever see them again, and you get a call saying that Harry, Susan, whoever died because they couldn't breathe, they couldn't get any air. The bank didn't care. They couldn't care. And now today, they're coming after you regardless of what, and making these ridiculous profits. Something has to be done. And the administration has to call this thing to order. If you want to make a WhatsApp call, don't forget 494-0938 and direct calls 225-9790. I mean, we heard from Roxanne Paul. Again, I want to commend her with her courage. They ain't going after Roxanne Paul. That's a strong woman. And the fact that she had the courage to stand up and talk about policies that should have been implemented years ago to protect women officers, that says quite a lot. And she made it clear. And you heard, of course, from Ms. Ravel Sampson at SRP, who said, listen, we're doing work, but the way how we're being treated as though we're nothing. And then the Education Minister, Dr. Michael Dowler, at some point in time, we just, you had to see it. It's clear as day. And perhaps even the opposition leader could see that. From 2010 to 2015, our educational system was commended and applauded by so many people. Even the former U.S. Secretary of State, which is Hillary Clinton, a former U.S. presidential candidate, who said that she just admires how our system was set up. There were specialists there, early child care centers, all of these things. Go back and look at the stats there compared to now. It's as if the administration that just came out of power didn't care or anything at all. I don't know if they all sit together, the bankers, the PNM, like they have a convention of people who simply don't care about others and just about themselves, their friends, their family, finances. Come and be a part of this. We don't care who live, we don't care who die. We don't care who's hungry, who starves, or who gets a plate of food. They simply do not care. And our children, the future of this country, was made out to be like collateral damage, when a former prime minister could say that they fell through the cracks in the heights of a pandemic. Which cracks? Raymond Yard, lay down in chalk, in a pool of blood somewhere on the road, trying to get some kind of employment, simply out of the system, that they didn't finish school because they didn't have the support system, and all of these things, and it goes on and on. Don't forget 225-9790. That's the number to call direct. And if you want to make a WhatsApp call, 494-0938. What's going on with you in your neck of the woods? I want to thank you so much for supporting the program. Don't forget theobservertt.com. That's the website, theobservertt.com. The website is up. You can check out all the interviews, even if you want to go back a few weeks and listen to something. Again, it's undiluted, it's raw, it's in your face, and it's the information that you need. There's no third party, no editor, anybody trying to puff and fluff. This is what you're living. This is what you're observing. So check out theobservertt.com and get on the inside. So again, folks, you know, when you look at all that's unfolding, it really and truly makes you wonder. Every Monday morning, and I'm certain this week, we're going to hear more about some ministry, some money, some shenanigans, something that was going on, who benefiting. You know, hey, listen, don't forget Monday Night Report, UNC. So come join us this Monday at Penal Secondary. And that's at Olivier Drive, Clark Road, Penal. And the feature address will be given by Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamala Persad-Bissessar, SCMP. So you don't want to miss that. So tell everyone, invite a friend. If it's Maxis or however you're getting there, just get there. It's very important. And you heard Dr. Megu. Check it out. Come say hi. So, you know, come let us know exactly. I'll be there. So you can always approach me. And if there's something that you want raised, let me know. So again, tomorrow at the Penal Secondary School, Olivier Drive, Clark Road, Penal, and the feature address will be given by the Honorable Prime Minister Kamala Persad-Bissessar, SCMP, and you got to check it out. It's going to be on the UNC platforms, and this is the return, again, to connect with the people and to bring you the information that you deserve. So when you hear folks talk about, well, no, it's not over. It cannot be over when there was such squandermania and people who didn't have any consideration for how taxpayers' money was being spent. Folks, that brings us to the end of our program. It's been a pleasure as always. Don't forget, next Sunday, God willing, 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. We did have a little technical glitch on Real Media TT. Apparently there was some electricity faults, whatever. But tomorrow it will, of course, be played over, so you can catch it on realmediatt.com right after the ground report in the morning. Until then, be safe. We are observing, but we are following up with action. Have a good one. Be safe.
Yeah, Mikey,